see if a last second stream. I thought I was going to be streaming a lot earlier. And, wow, did I not wake up feeling the best. But I need to warm up my voice. I've got my normal voice on. Whoops. I have to warm up a bit. I probably should actually grab something so I can breathe a little better while we do this. Was that beneath the mask you heard? Yep, that is absolutely beneath the mask. Hold on, it started now, but I should go grab some. My nose is a bit stuffy. Hold on one moment. I got bum rushed in my burn. When did I say that? What kind of person says that? Did I say that? I hope I didn't say that. I have to put on my YouTube voice here soon. Currently drinking some margaritas and eating Mexican. Give me a few minutes. Alright. No rush. No rush, Russ. Putting those two words together is really weird. Yeah, I wasn't feeling my best today. I'm really sorry for anyone that was waiting for the stream earlier. I just wasn't. I did not get to sleep well. I did not wake up well. And then I did not do anything else after that well, and I really thought about not even doing the stream. But it has been raining where I am, and because of the rain, I know my son's game in the morning is probably canceled, so I decided to go ahead and stream anyway, because I think the crowd speaking mean I need to go tag that other short video I did properly. What I want to do tonight is finish up third person Resident Evil Village. Tomorrow, hopefully be able to go through the entirety in one sit through of Shadow of Rose, which would leave Sunday open to whatever the hell I want to do. What do I sound like? Is this at all oh my god, I have my normal voice on. I am sorry. I just realized that it is my actual just normal around the house voice on. Hold on. When you actually hear yourself in the headphones, it sounds completely different. You actually hear your own voice differently. Hold on. I got this. All right. Is the smooth R&B. Thank you for tuning into WKGB Smooth R&B. I am Darkness, and welcome to the groovy night you're about to have. That is just my normal voice. Hold on. I need to decide what I'm doing. Am I bringing the microphone closer or am I projecting harder? Which one am I doing? I don't want to speak up. I don't want to bring the microphone. This is in my personal space. I don't appreciate that. Huh. You know, I never thought about the idea that I could actually just flip. I think I'm an idiot. Hold on. I think I have stupidity running through my veins. I didn't kill my mic, did it? Okay, cool. That's step one. And if I really want to hang the mic up and get it out of the way of me more, yeah, that's probably more of what I should be doing. Oh yeah, I'm super just as smart as people think I am. Oh yeah, the reason I don't do it is because it ends up casting a shadow on my shoulder. That's why. I always wondered why I didn't do it on this one. That's fine. And it gets in the way of my vision. I don't care tonight. Trying to project more, so let's do this. Hey, camera, over here. Wait, over here? Where should you go? Camera. I don't feel like moving anymore, camera. Alright, let's get some nobbies in. So, you got work, Green Ranger. Hello from work. Bolsky, True Winner 1, Skull King, Chuck, Alyssa, Angelica, Skylar. I want to say it every time. Siriana, Gabriel, GJD 8000, Steven, who spells his name correctly, Cece. Yeah, the music is always real. I'm very glad Persona music is not claimed ever, really, because Persona music is one of the be-all end-all standards of music. Okay, my last one was CC. Let me turn on everything. All right, it is. That's recording. This is recording. Everything should be recording. Give me just a few more minutes. I haven't spoken yet today. I haven't said words out loud other than, I believe, like 1.5 sentences of mumbling something. So I have my actual normal voice still trying to break through. I need to... GJD is starting us off strong with 5 more people indoctrinated into the membership. Thank you so much. The word indoctrinate, I don't know why I used it. Oh, by the way, I got to see that some random people that actually do lurk in the background yesterday got some of the gifted memberships. I should read off the list, but I don't. Instead, I just want them to show up and find out they have a shield. You have to opt into getting memberships if you want to be able to be gifted one, because there's some people here that I believe are trying to make sure that we can rise up as the masses don't tell YouTube and overthrow whatever we feel like it. Alright, I think I sound a bit more normal. Does it sound more normal? Do I sound closer to me? Can I start? Can I start and everything? Where did we leave off? Let me read off some more names to see if I sound more like me. Pockets, Stephen Ore, Christopher Golnick. Hey, Crazy Days, I see you back there. Majin, I see you back there. Bolsky. Just had to hear about Lance Rose. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that. I might sound detached from things like that, but honestly, there's enough things that happen in the world that I'm just, it's kind of overwhelming if I latch onto too many. Kind of like somebody bringing up a Attack on Titan live animation, or I did, or something like that. And I was just like, oh yeah, the last time they did that, the lead actor from that, they're mourning still his passing and stuff like that. Like, I have to just kind of try to deal with it as it comes and let the rest of it slide. And Gabriel, I see you back there. Yeah, it's in your settings somewhere to be able to get memberships gifted to you. Settings somewhere. Someone can say in chat somewhere where it is. Otherwise, I forget where it is every single time. I think it's where you can gift memberships or super chats. Maybe it's settings somewhere. But if you don't opt into it, randomly it'll just cycle through people that do not have a shield next to their name yet. And then eventually, once it's finished cycling through, it either needs it to wait for the next person to gift any memberships to cycle through it again, or by the end of the stream, it'll just gift people randomly that have ever been at the stream, whether they're live or not, and it won't show it, but I'll see it later. Which is really funny because I know that there's a few people. I saw someone from yesterday's stream that was someone that popped in early, left earlier, and then got like one of, I think, GJD's or Alyssa's gifted memberships. I was just looking at it going, oh, that's got to be another surprise. I think they've been here for like every single one of these. They're going to say hi and just have a wooden shield. That's on that computer pulled up. I'm so far away from that. I took off my glasses and man, that sounds like a lot of issues. All right, do I sound normal enough? Can I just start this? Do I sound like normal me, as in normal YouTube me projecting my voice? Or do I need 2 more seconds of doing this? Thanks for the gift of membership. Welcome to the family, Geistfather 07. And Julian, Zamora. There's probably 3 others that'll get it randomly. We'll just see when they get surprised. On the laptop, it pops up when you join the stream if you don't have it set yet. Yeah, that's true. I forgot how to do it on other things. Shadow, all right. Any plans for spring break? When is Rowan's? Didn't he just have winter break? My son, like, for the reason he didn't have a big membership, I just saw Mike Graham. Thank you so much. Another one. Now it's gonna cycle through people again. Let's see if it catches anyone else in the new cycling. Sounds better than I started. Okay. The thank you, Mike Graham. I really appreciate that. Yeah, there's gonna be a few people showing up being like, oh shit, I have a shield. My son, for the week of his birthday, just had a winter break, so he didn't have like a birthday party. He wasn't at school when his birthday happened and everything. Yeah, I'm excited for these to start going out to people that show up and just are like, holy shit, I have a shield. So I get to see on my side. I'll try to, like, midway through this point out like who it is. But let's just get to the thing, because apparently I sounded good enough or something. Half-Blood Prince, Kale, Shadow, hello. Okay, thank you, Mike Graham. Thank you. You guys already doing things before I'm still on the start screen. Oh yeah, I need to cut off the Beneath the Mask music, don't I? We should have like game volume. I'm ready to beat Heisenberg and just chill. Like I'm in that kind of vibe where I honestly could probably just be like, I'm beating Heisenberg. Your guess to whether I'm wearing pants. Let's put it to a vote. Like that. Anyone know what I mean? Does that resonate with anybody? Is that is that TMI or does that actually resonate? Heisenberg and chill. Yeah, basically. Is that maybe that's just me. All right. Well, pants or not, welcome back to Resident Evil Village, and we are totally gonna beat third person so I can play the Shadow of Rose DLC tomorrow. Since it's been raining today and my son's baseball game is probably rained out. Also, speaking of my son, there will be an abrupt pause somewhere in here. Knowing my son, he will call at the least convenient time to tell his dad goodnight. and he'll probably call twice tonight since he will realize he doesn't have baseball in the morning since the fields will be too wet. So it'll just, okay, welcome to the family. I wanted to say cocoa, but the choco pancakes. And that, since that's Mike Graham's, guess what, GJD? 3 randos that will never see it coming. 3 randos, I think, by my count, because I'm not looking over at the other thing that could show me, are going to show up and be like, what the hell? Because it gave out mics before giving your other 3 in chat. So it cycled through. It gave out mics. But it won't show the names of yours because it's just... I don't understand how it works. Other than what they told me. But the other 3 of yours is just on people that are just going to be like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'll zoom over to that computer if I really feel like it before the stream ends. All right, so hopefully we get through the factory, kill Heisenberg, play the... What comes after Heisenberg? Play Chris's part, and do all that. Play as Ethan. Finish up the game. Give me enough time later to kind of put together a video of, like, me looking at first person versus third on the exact same game. And then that's why I'm capturing all this 4K footage. And then, with all that said, if we do all that tonight, I'll just play Shadow of Rose tomorrow at, like, probably 12:30 or 1 p.m. because I'll actually set a lot of alarms and pump myself full of a lot of caffeine, even if I feel like complete garbage. And before I do that, I will probably go ahead and premiere at noon the thing that's just been sitting for members only in the community post. I'll probably premiere that video. I'm still so unsure about it. I still didn't make a thumbnail because I just feel so weird about my sense of humor, and people are just not used to the idea that I do joke around like that. And that that voice that you guys are hearing. Oh, there's one of Brooke. There we go. There's another one of GJD's gone out there. Welcome to new members. Yeah, it's so isn't it weird? It just goes back and just says, it's just been so weird. I haven't wanted to release it because, yeah, I think it was Kuhn that mentioned something like, it feels like you guys are seeing a new Darkness. No, this is the same one that's the goofball that's been on other streams and can be serious on whatever. I was serious last night and I was a goofball last night, and it like swayed wildly. I was at both polar opposites last night, and I apologize about that for some people who are live that had to watch some of that. Sorry about that. But the thing is that after that comment, it really gave me pause because I was like, do people actually not know that this is my inner monologue sense of humor, a thing I've done in the past, and they really think it's a different Darkness? That actually is I'll tell you, of all the comments, that's probably been the most constructive because it really held me up from releasing it, but I'm going to anyway. It held me up from doing it today, especially because it really has made me think over and over, will people come to expect this of me, or will they be driven away thinking that I'm trying to be somebody else, copy somebody else, do something else, when in reality, anyone that I could have possibly copied wasn't even on YouTube, Twitch, doing anything like that and sounding like that I know of, that I've ever watched, by the time I actually did the first time I did one of those kind of videos where I narrated back in 2016 or 17. Now, if anyone can go find that unlisted video, it exists in one of my playlists, but it is unlisted now. I didn't like the quality and everything, but the jokes, practically the same. And I made it before the guides, so people just don't know that that's just a thing for me. And once more, people call it narrator voice. When I just get close to the camera, this is not necessarily narrator voice. This is just me speaking to you guys, knowing that people are listening, and I'm articulating, and then it turns in to where I'm saying something and it sounds more dramatic than it should, and then it just transforms and it becomes hello, I am Darkness. Like, it becomes that, but it's just my natural voice and me just being a bit closer to the mic so I don't have to project as much and yell. as long as I get closer to it, that's just how I sound. For anyone who thinks that this YouTube voice of me projecting is normal, I guess it could be in a louder restaurant. I guess it could be if I get like really hyped up about something, if you're sitting next to me talking. Otherwise, for anyone who's actually sat next to me and talked to me, they're going to be more used to me sounding more like closer to this or lower. This is just what it's going to sound like. I don't really sound much different, and I can change it a little bit. But actually, when I get more serious about something, this is actually... There are people here in the chat who have heard my voice, and when I'm serious about something, this is actually how I sound. So if I actually am angry, if I'm actually really, really mad at something, and you hear this, this is my voice of I'm holding it together, like. But my voice is actually, it dips on the lower side, and then I've learned how to speak higher because my brother hated that we shared a voice. My biological brother. My older brother hated that we sounded the same. He just simply hated it. So when we were in high school, and I've told this story before and then I'll play. We were in high school, and we both had a deeper timbre. We both had a deeper voice, deeper than what I'm even doing and what the camera's picking up as far as I can tell in the headphones. I have recordings of me with a deeper voice. I was a baritone when I sang in 2 different choirs, a touring choir and one that was actually part of a group that was connected to a church. So I would sing for them, sing a part of that choir, then go on tour. We did like a tour that was like 9 different shows, 7 different states, 6 days, slept on the damn bus, went up from Georgia to Chicago and back and hit every state that we passed through. It was just, but in all of that, the random story that I'll tell because I get on tangents, so I guess I have to fulfill that quota of rants. Time me. It'll take like 1 minute. My brother and I shared the same voice. My brother's girlfriend, Amber, called the house one day. I answered, and I was just like, hello. And she has a really quiet voice, and I was just like, oh, hi, Nathan, blah, 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 blah. And I was trying to tell her, this isn't Nathan. This isn't Nathan. This isn't, hold on. This isn't Nathan. And ever since that day, my brother was just like, dude, why are you? And I was just like, I can't help it. And he's like, yeah, you can. And it was like, pff, and he started hitting me in my arm every time I sounded it. He's like, talk higher. It's like, I can't just do that. He's like, yeah, you can. I had this voice first. So he would just start punching me in my arm and we sounded the same. And I got used to speaking higher and higher and like further up in my head. And that's it. That's why I have a higher voice when I project things. It's a learned thing. But my voice is naturally lower, though I will say I can no longer hit the notes I used to sing. I've lost, now that I've actually had, this isn't the same tangent, now that I've actually sang a bit for something else, a different project, whatever, and I actually had to see where my, on the spectrum of my voice, what is it called? But anyway, of where my pitch was and everything and where it was shaking and anything like that, and actually did scales and warm-ups, I've found that I've lost 3/4 of an octave of my lower voice. And I think that's just because people don't realize a voice is an instrument. You have to train it and use it. And so since I haven't been actively singing like every single day from age 12 to age 24, 25, in a professional sense for at least a decade in there, since I haven't been doing that daily, I lost some of my lower register. And since I car sing plenty, and so many singers actually sound like they're having their testicles squeezed when they sing, I have reached more of a tenor range. So I'm there's no such thing as a true baritone, but I'm somewhere between there now. I don't know. But I've even lost in that range. I've lost a 1/4 of an octave. So I have 1 octave less of singing completely, which for any singer, you'll know that an octave is a huge range to lose in your singing voice. So that's something to get back one day. I've talked about singing lessons in the past, and I had to stop them because of a pandemic that happened. So whatever. So, hey, Kevin. Hey, Richie. Yeah, GJD, I think people call it a rant quota. All right, let's play the game. Let's get into it. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty of beating Heisenberg's factory. Let's get it started in here. Let's pull out the snipper rifle because I will be depending on this with my life. Everything else is just too weak. Kind of like the Lemmy being absolute.
Securing goods is more important than anything.
Like the Lemmy being the absolute biggest weak sauce ever. I despise this pistol with just all of my being, and wish it would just go die in a corner. But no, I put a stipulation. I'm keeping my ladies. I put a stipulation on myself that I have to use the base weapons. Since I have a few unlimited weapons locked, I have to use the base weapons. And the Magnum and the grenade launcher are not unlocked as unlimited, so they're free game. They're free real estate. It's free real estate. But I don't think there's anything I can actually buy. So
please come again.
I'm not coming for you at all. Did I make the horse key? That would be... Oh, I have a key mold. Oh, this is when it gets dark. I have to go down to... Wait. I'm sorry. Okay, once again, please with third-person games, move the interact object thing a little more over to the right so it's more intuitive. Okay, thanks. Yeah, you got chubby fingers, dude. I'm surprised you have... Those rings are going to cut off circulation. You're going to die. You're just not going to have... You got to have your middle finger so you can flip me off, Duke.
It's dark.
Oh, it is dark. My brain did not process that it was dark. My brain isn't processing much. It's Unga Bunga play game. That's what I thought. Break it open again. Wait, we're not on Village of Shadows. I was like, where's the armored bastard that's gonna wreck my shit? But we're on hardcore, so I can actually get the experience of just third person before we do Shadow of Rose, probably just tomorrow, straight through. As long as the DLC isn't super long, we'll just do it in one go. Because I'd rather just edit it in one go. I just edit it in one file and just post it up as this is the DLC. I'd rather just make one thumbnail. I mean, it's just easier on my side to do it that way. So you guys get content and I get to focus on when the Resident Evil 4 remake comes out. I will say I'm very, very fucking disappointed that the embargo on reviews for Resident Evil 4 remake were not held off until the day it was released, or at least the day before, the night before it's released. Just my opinion. I don't want to bring up any comparisons today. If any mods here, Fire PTSD, you're here. I'm just warning everybody. If you hear anyone asking my opinion on like Resident Evil 4 remake or anything like that today, I don't want to talk about it today. I don't want to talk about my opinions at all about it because it is absolutely infuriating once again that people have gotten a hold of the copy of the game early and that Capcom actually released the embargo on reviews of the game, and they limited it to like the first whatever. Their embargo had everything to do with you can play up to a certain part of the game, you could show snippets that wouldn't be whatever. People have broken that. This fucking ruins games. I don't care that people have told me that the game is getting straight 10 out of 10 for reviews. I don't fucking care. Since when is it not the people's job to just actually get a hold of the game in an age of technology? Who the fuck says that IGN is the be all end all? That's the first one that hit my inbox this morning when I actually checked my phone. Who the fuck said that any other whatever reputable. We're not talking about a Roger Ebert situation. We're talking about companies that want you to go click on their fucking webpage, get a few ad bucks of revenue, and they don't give a shit about the garbage that they're spewing because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because they're probably not even invested in these things, because most reviewers are actually writers who are asked to play games. For anyone who doesn't know how the industry works, they're not actually even the gamers that that Capcom would be actually aiming at this. They don't care about it. The first time they actually showed their hand was like way back when people realized Cuphead, they couldn't get past the intro. So why the fuck should I listen to them? Why should the fuck should the reviews be out? Why are people already? I have 60 messages about reviews being out and what I think about it. Stop asking me for my opinion on the Resident Evil 4 remake. I will enjoy whatever I get. I don't give a shit about the reviews, and I fucking hate this bullshit. This is garbage. This is just if people don't want to put their money down day one for the game, guess what? Wait for day 2 to 7 when your friends, your neighbors, another person that you can actually trust, another YouTuber plays it, something. We have so many options for individualized people that actually can have accountability for their opinions, like me having an accountability for my opinion, where people can leave my stream, join the stream, actually help donate for the channel for me to keep a job, or abandon the channel because they don't like my opinion. I have accountability. IGN will always just have a base of people because they know SEO, they know Google, they have a website, they have YouTube, they have whatever. They just put themselves out there like a fucking virus. They are garbage. All this shit is garbage. And then I don't like the idea that if we're going to rely on YouTubers, just let them wait. Anyway, I counted about 5 dozen individuals that's within the span of the reviews coming out asked me what I thought about the reviews of the game. I will not be commenting from here until the game releases about any of that shit, because I think this is fucking garbage, bullshit, asinine, just insanity. Insanity. Why? Okay, let me give you a better example. People are rating it 10 out of 10. I don't give a shit, but let's just go with that. Everyone rates it a 10 out of 10, and you buy it because of that rating, and you find it as a 0 out of 10. You would have never bought the fucking game. What did the review do for you as a person? But instead, if you were just to, in this age of technology, wait a goddamn day, have some fucking patience, and just not listen to everyone until you found somebody that you thought, oh, my views align with theirs. The games they like, I like. I'm going to watch their channel for their review of the game. And they give a review of the game. They're like, you know what? This game's not for everybody. I could see it being a 10 out of 10, but for me personally, it's a 2 out of 10. You know, you might want to rent it. You might want to play the demo just to see if you feel it. And you're just like, wow, you know, that's an actual review I can relate to. But instead, I stop emailing me. I don't want any more emails. I don't want any messages. I'm not fucking talking about it. This is the last word. Any other person will just get we have commands about like comparisons and everything else. I'm answering nobody else on Resident Evil 4 Remake. I'm probably gonna play the demo again just for like funsies, but I'm answering 0 other people because that made me pissed off so fast this morning. And I felt actually sick enough over that. If it tells you how much this is actually something that gets to me because of The Last of Us Part 2, because of Resident Evil 3 Remake, now this one, other games, I read that, and then I put my phone down. I wasn't feeling well this morning. I didn't stream when I thought I was going to. I made a shake for fiber. I made a shake for protein. I forgot to drink that shake. It went stale, basically. I had to dump it out. Tried to take morning medicine. Picked up my phone and saw in the interim, I had gotten 24 more messages about people's reviews that they just put out. And I went to the bathroom and threw up. That's how... I'm not talking about it's just sickening. I literally physically got ill from realizing that my phone was blowing up from people who I thought would know my channel a little better by now, still asking me this. And I know I shouldn't generalize, and 60 people does not equal the almost 87,000 subscribers. Like, the 60 shouldn't matter. But from my viewpoint, the smaller masses, the minority that has hateful or spiteful or anything, you say it's easy to ignore. I dare you to go watch William Osmond talk about it. William Osmond had to take a break from his channel. Millions of viewers, such an easy person. He's done well for himself. He's done so many creative things. William Osmond talks about that it takes basically 1 or 2 people saying things that are negative, and you're just human. It's hard. I don't care if I'm on the internet. It's hard to get over it. And for me, everybody talking about that is just negativity. Just fucking wait. Is goddamn patience that rare? Am I the only one? Am I the only one left that has a fucking lick of patience? It feels alienating for me. And I threw up, and then I turned off my phone for a bit. I turned back on my phone to try to think of anything else. I figured out how the world of Attack on Titan, where the map actually comes from, because I thought of doing something because I just wanted to get my brain off of it. I came back to all that, put it down, tried to feel a bit better, came back to my phone, saw a few more, a dozen at least plus more messages about did I see reviews, and then I was just, it's exhausting. So anyway, so just to be clear, for anyone showing up, it sounds like it's just a random rant where I'm just being angry. No, this is a pet peeve from games being leaked or people talking about early, or just it's ruining the taste in people's mouths. Because I guarantee the game is not a perfect game. It will have flaws, but what flaws will it have? That's subjective. It's very subjective. It's person to person. We joke about the lava room, how much I hate it, but there might be somebody out there who loves the lava room and they just left it out. And that could be just like, I can't believe they did that type deal. It's just, can everyone just shut the fuck up? Since when in this society did we start feeling that we can't just shut the fuck up for just 2 goddamn seconds and have some fucking patience? It is just, I don't want to get sick again over this. So anyway, I'm not going to be actually talking, or I will not respond to anybody who wrote to me, and I will not talk a single another fucking time about Resident Evil 4 Remake, about my opinions on being hyped or anything. If anything, because of what happened this morning, I'm the opposite of hyped. I'm glad the game's coming out because I knew it was coming out. I was happy for it to come out, but hype? No, I have zero hype for it because people just shit all over it. They don't know how to control themselves. No one has self-control because the internet lets them have anonymity to be able to be vicariously irresponsible with how they think and respond and act and behave. And with that anonymity, they just feel like they're entitled to the whole goddamn world, and they're not responsible for anything they say or do unless there's someone like me who you can come find me, find where my address is, make death threats like people do. That's fun. At least 3 or 4 a week death threats still for me having opinions on this channel. Oh, from the past 2 streams I did, up that to 30 death threats over if I ever open my mouth about the subjects again. I actually have accountability for the shit I say. So, you know what? It's not the same between the two of us. If you got a username and you're saying shit and you're using a username to contact me, it's not the same as when I say something and someone has in my past shown up at my front door to literally try to take my life over just the things I've said on this channel. It's not the same. We're not the same on that. So until you want to make yourself out there, you want to put yourself vulnerable, you want to actually make sure that people know where you live, so you are held personally accountable for the shit you say, shut the fuck up. That's to IGN, that's to everybody else. Just shut the fuck up, get some goddamn patience, and wait. Stop the hype train. Stop the everything. Just enjoy what you get, and if you don't enjoy it, trade it in. Get it from GameStop or whatever. They'll give you like 90% of your money back. Just shut up. So from here on out, because of that little rant, I will not be addressing anything else. Even if I play Resident Evil 4 Remake, I will literally ignore every time. Every single time somebody asks me about it. Are we all clear on that? And if anyone, I see Ultraviolet, I'm sorry about that. I saw that people came in at the very end of that. Reverse to when the pause screen started and you'll just see it's a thing. So anyway. Got that out of my system. That was infuriating this morning. That got my voice warmed up. I'm afraid it's going to get hoarse. Now let's do this. I'm not including any of that in the videos of this I release of third person. People will get the 4K experience, but they won't get the rants. I haven't tried a Diablo 4 beta, no. I'll hopefully get to that. Maybe. We'll see. Um. No, no. Okay, let's do this. All right. Factory, 2 of those guys dead. Key is... Wait, I made the key. Wait, isn't there a horse place to use... Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. This way. Third person really does feel different on this when it comes to the idea of getting my bearings. Oh, y'all are gonna die before I get in there. Unless you can open a door, you're fucked. Hey, dude. Wouldn't you just kick yourself back on over for... wait, you know what? I'll unlock the door. Scrap and Heisenberg's other part of his hammer should be in here. I think that's what's in this. Okay, yeah, that means I can... I'm not giving up my ladies, but I will absolutely give up my shaft. That almost sounds phallic. Take my cylinder and shaft, would you, ladies? Let's forget I said that. Combine. Shaft. You're damn right. All right. I have to use it. Wait, what? Oh, hi. Hi. I knew there was more of you guys.
This gun's useless.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're useless, Ethan. Oh, no, 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 no. Wait, do I have... Hold on. I just realized something feels wrong about aiming. Please tell me that I don't have... Oh, God. Aim assist... It doesn't affect hardcore, right? What is feeling weird? It feels like that... What is that? Where it speeds up your aim... That's not on, right? There is no setting for that. What is it? Just my computer lagging a little bit today? There is no... It's not like Resident Evil 4 where I had to turn that shit off because I saw that was a thing that was just automatically on and I hate it. Okay, maybe it's just my computer lagging a little bit for just a second. Okay, hopefully it was just a little lag, but I just felt it immediately not turning like it was supposed to. Yeah, it's the aim down sight setting where as you're swinging the reticle, it goes faster and faster the more you swing it. I hate that setting. And it's actually auto-magically on for a lot of demos. Oh, God. Wait a second. I forgot. He wears a chest piece. Could you step on this for me, please? It'd really help me out. Also buy some Girl Scout cookies. Girl Scout cookies are on sale here in America. If I could only eat solids more safely and reliably, I would be fat. So fat. Tag-alongs are the best. Fight me. I gotta go attack a Girl Scout soon and take her cookies. That sounds much worse than I mean it to, but, you know, it's just how it is. I gotta freeze them for the day that I can handle solids better. Maybe I'll get a package of Thin Mints just so I can conform to normal societal standards. But, oops, it's not Thin Mints my body craves. It's that precious, precious tag along. Ah, the upgraded Reese's. Ah. Hey. You're done, son. You're done. Alright. That's the crux of that there, right? Yeah. Where do I fondle his balls? Oh, I have to make it out of a mold. That's fine. We're just not there. Wait, what? Oh, I did hear another one. I thought I did. I miss. Crotch shot. A crotch shot like that is a dick move. Please conform to the standards of how I kill people like you. Please don't. Stop covering up the goods. Got it. No, 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 no. Don't cover it up. Thank you. Alyssa. Thank you so much. 5 more gifted. Oreo, welcome back to the family. Yeah, GJD, it really did like skip through like 2 of yours that I'm gonna have to go find later that they have shields and they don't even know it yet. It just didn't announce it in chat because it already is onto lists. It really did skip. Anyways, there are there are new Girl Scout cookies. Wait, I just summarized Adventurefuls and Toastiers. Don't make me think that there are actual new Girl Scout cookies I don't know about. Look at those stars back on that shield. No. We don't need it. No. I don't even get a hunger reflex. I have to have things that are way overly seasoned or way too sweet for me to really like enjoy it. Otherwise, it's just like it's sand. Don't tempt me. Plus, I'm not handling all solids very well. Okay, we're just playing. We're playing. We can't think about this. We gotta keep our eye on the prize. Gotta keep our mind on the game. Cannot think about the ramifications of new Girl Scout cookies. Stop. I wasn't thinking about it. You were thinking about it. Andrew, what? No. People going crazy selling them on eBay? Okay, I'll go tackle a Girl Scout. They were at my son's last baseball game. I should have tackled a few there. All right. More dead.
Welcome, Ethan.
Get rid of Heisenberg's hammer before I move up his shaft. The elevator shaft. Yes, recovered. Richie, thank you. I really appreciate that. Hello, Elias. What's going on? I actually do not know about Girl Scouts that are selling outside a weed dispensary, given that I have never been near one, nor have I smoked anything of the sorts. never done any non-prescribed drug usage that's not over the counter, like ibuprofen, acetaminophen, naproxen, like Tums. Like it's either that or I've imbibed in alcohol on very rare occasions. I don't drink on the regs. I've never tried anything. Never smoked a cigarette. Never vape. Never tried weed. I don't know about that story at all. Did the Girl Scouts did Girl Scouts really actually sell weed outside? Sell Girl Scout cookies outside of weed dispense? Wow. Get them when they get the munchies. All right. I know about the munchies existing, but I wouldn't know anything more than that. I mean, that's smart business. Don't sell my lovelies and give them Heisenberg's hammer. They made a killing. Well, if they're murderers, they should be tried. I thought they're selling.
Aha!
Hey, Nubbly. $400 worth in 15 minutes. That's just any time that Girl Scout cookie season starts. You can sell that much money. You don't have to be in front of that. You can just be in front of a Walmart and basically your Thin Mints will be gone. Hey, Christian. There's a Girl Scout cookie with caramel cream filling. Stop telling me these things. We can't. I'm sorry I brought it up. No, we can't think of these things. Look at her waist. Look at that waist. Can everyone see it properly? To get us off the top. Look at that waist. Oh shit. Whoops. Whoops. I transform. Look at it. Hold on. I got it. We can get off of cookies fast. Hold on. I got this. Trust me. I got this. Don't worry about it. I got this. This is great. Look at that. You just look at that. Just who really needs Girl Scout cookies when you've got that? You don't need any other girl in your life. Not after. And look at that. Imagine that, but in 3 flavors. Who needs any other things to eat when you can munch on that? Let's forget I worded it like that. And all right.
This is all an investment, even.
There's nothing else for me to buy though. He doesn't have my goods that I want. All right. Where do I go now?
Till next we meet.
Yeah, till next we meet. Blah 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 blah. Should I have found your I'm sorry? Why is that room red? Excuse me. Excuse me. No. Why is that room red? That's the elevator shaft, right? No, I know why the top level is. I think. No. Why is it red? I've been through this before. No. Oh, come on. I can just play the game. I don't need it. Whatever it is, I don't need the money. Steven, I don't need the money. Please, me, stop. Don't do this. We just beat the game and then we play Shadow of Rose tomorrow. That's all. That's all. That we don't have to go through all these steps. We don't have to do this. Please talk me out of it. No. I have forgotten even how to... Nah. I don't need the money. No. And what's that switch? I forgot how that switch works actually. I did actually forget. Is that because power's on somewhere? Did I actually full on miss a room? I think I did. Yeah, I full on missed a room. That explains a thing. I full on missed this room. So there's that. Oh my god, please click where I'm asking you to. Oh, there was a lockpick and I might have missed it. Is this the room where... Is this the mode where you can actually wake one up early? Or do I have to wait? No. Alright. Guess I have to wait. This is a Village of Shadows. So there's... Don't be bashful. Uncover your chest. I'm gonna need to see that. Thank you. I'm a medical professional in murder. You can trust me. When have I ever lied to you? Oh, you're dead. And what is this? Wolfsbane Long Barrel. Yes, since I will actually be using those every now and then. I don't want to listen to him. Half-Blood Dutch Prince. Thank you so much. Thank you. I almost put up another bar to see if the bar that is actually dedicated to Super Chats will actually work. And if I can split it so people feel like... Because I take the bar down and people say, where's the bar? I put the bar up and I feel like I'm being a needy bitch. And then people do Super Chats and it doesn't show up on the bar. But there is a separate setting to have a separate bar for Super Chats. And I'm wondering if that one's broken all to hell too. So I might try that out next stream. But it put 2 bars. I don't want more things on the screen. I think this screen setup is the most intuitive, especially with that having to pop up of no hints, please. This is the most... Okay. Oh, yeah. Fishnets. I got 1. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again? Because a 16 seed FT just beat 1 seed Purdue. Well, thank you. I'm glad that your sports ball handle game where they got the goal point unit and they spread their seed to become better than the number 1 seed. Helped you to help me. So congratulations. And everyone hashtag Half-Blood Dutch Prince. I know more about sports than that just sounds like, but my brain literally, I decided had to say it that way because my brain completely just left my body. I think my soul left my body for a second when I read that for a second because I just... This is a TMDA moment, too many damn acronyms, where I just was like, FDU, 16 seed, semen. And as soon as my brain said semen, I was like, I'm out. So, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Revitalization surgery. This is my 18th attempt.
This is 18th attempt. I'm not listening. Trying to run away from his voice. Running away from his voice still. I can make your balls cast iron. But I forgot how to do that. I don't have to do that. Once I actually go fight Heisenberg, get knocked down and everything, like that top door does that, I thought. As soon as I open that top door, I'm finished with anything I want to do here, I think. Let me go back up there and clear the red up there, and then I'll feel better. And then maybe I can just move on with my life. But, yeah, you unlock that one horse key door, Heisenberg's door. He knocks you down back to the bottom. You interact with Chris after that. You get the tank. I'll beat it first try. Hopefully. Most likely. Because this isn't even Village of Shadows. Beat that without running into walls. And then I can't fondle Heisenballs anymore. Okay, I didn't get all your shit up here. Let me go back upstairs. Which floor did I not get all the shit? B3? B4 what? MB4? MB4? MB3? MB2? MB1? MB1. Let's go! Hey, BJ. Okay. Just clear out a few things. Oh yeah, there's the whole ladder, right? I can barely see it because it's dark enough that I don't know where I exist in life. There I am. I exist. Look at that, I exist here. Don't mind me. Just Can I just I can just grab it. I didn't actually have to shoot anything. All right. Dumb hoo hoo ha ha brain. But I missed a thing. I missed a thing right here. What did I miss? What did I miss? But what did I miss? Nah. I'm getting blue Heisenbald. Wait, I still have to be douche dick fanboy. Oh, this is why I hate fanboys. God. Fandoms are so toxic when they butcher you. I hate it. This is what I feel about just every single fandom. Just this right here. It's just getting diced. It's a portable slap chop for your feelings.
You really are a tough one.
Yeah, I'm a tough one, Mr. Grinch.
But I'm tired of chit-chat. Time to die. You can hear it, can't you? Someone's waiting.
Yeah, I hear it. Since I figure I'm going to die, I'll save it. I've played Elden Ring. I like Elden Ring. I just haven't gotten back to it yet. Remember, I basically took a 6-month break because either I was mentally deteriorating or I was in pain that usually is described to other people as debilitating. And how am I still moving? Currently, if you'd like to know how that pain level is going, it is somewhere, I'd rate it out of a scale of 10. By my standards, it's an 8 or a 9, but I guess for a lot of others, it'd probably be a 12 out of 10. Kidney stones are not fun, and then everything else on top of it isn't fun. So I just kind of lost a lot of time. I could have been doing other things before, you know, more Resident Evil stuff was coming out. And I felt behind on this. And then I'll get to it. I'll come back to it. Because I guess, Ghost of Tsushima over here that I still gotta play. And Final Fantasy Remake Integrated is over there. Like, I still got shit to do. Even if I am in... I know I'm joking around about it to lessen it, but it is...
Little and often fills the purse.
I'm in just a lot more pain than I would like anyone to ever feel. But anyone who's had a kidney stone, holla in the chat real quick so I can feel like I'm not alone. Especially if you've had one that is 4 millimeters or bigger. because kidney stones are just no fucking joke. It doesn't even take because most people who have abdominal herniations or any kind of herniation in their abdominal wall, it goes into the groin usually, or goes up to other places where you won't feel as much pain. And so it's even not that. I know a herniation is actually just a thinning of the wall. A rupture or anything of that herniation is actually when it breaks through completely of that wall. I've got one of those and gut spilling out. And so that hurts because it tries to push out fat and it's pressure, and then it's ripping you apart. But the other one is the kidney stone. Oh, and I got both at the same time. All right. Let's save it. So
Thank you for your patronage.
I'm more likely to die to Sturm than I am to the frickin' whatever. Come here, big boy. Toxic fan incoming.
Time for this bullshit. Out of my way.
Oh, I can't see. Wait, what? Counted. Fired and a miss. Oh! Ooh, I missed hard. That was a shot in the dark, but it was worth it. I don't know where he is, but is he gonna be on fire yet? Guy's on fire. Oh. Nope. You know what? I don't want to dick around with this fight. Oh, seriously? His sweet spot just like disappeared for no reason? Shoot. Oh! I didn't expect it to get to me that fast. Miscalculations made. Oh, shoot. I didn't have him knock down that wall yet. Oh, I could run at the edge of that fire and it counted. That's a happy little accident. Alright, dude, come back over here. But I'm not gonna get this close to you again. Alright, you bag of dicks, come on. Oh my god. Would you just die, you dumb dick's knees? Come on. Stop running around like a moron. Just die. No. Stop spitting fire. Ethan doesn't like to be alive on fire. He likes to be alive. He doesn't like to be on fire. He told me. Oh. Oh. Come here. Break on through. Hi. Come on. You know what? We're all tired of him already. Lay more explosives. Make him blow bigger. Problem solved.
Now stay down.
Thank you. Hey, it gave me one of my mines back. Hey, it gave me things I'm gonna sell because I don't need them right now. Hey, it's a blue room. I'm good. Glad I could help. The great Yamato. Ah. I'm glad it can is a helpful experience, Blast Radius. Oh, my insights itch. All right, collect more stuff. Make more places that are blue. Wait. Wait, did I come too far? Uh-oh. Did I come too far? Interesting question I have to ask, but... Oh my dad! Why?
Like one child, please!
You're using the Lemmy, he would be dead faster because of output. Chris would pull whatever. I saw the message! Thank you, sarcasm. I appreciate it. Alright. Well, I think the explorer in me desperately still wants to go back so I can get the mold and fondle balls. Because if I believe if I take the crane, I have to look at it. Third person really is screwing me up a bit. I'm gonna blame it on third person because I usually don't have that issue. I swear, baby, this is the first time. I don't usually have that issue. Like, I don't usually have the issue of being able to discern, like, oh, like, this, that, the other needs to be picked up, and this is where I get it. Like, I can be confused for a second like everyone else. But it really does, since it is a completely different game experience. It really does throw off your sense of, I guess, I want to throw out a term like object permanence, but that's the wrong one, because object permanence is the idea of like, just because something goes behind a tree, it's not like two zebras you're seeing, it's still the front half and back half, things like that. Or like, you know, I went behind a tree, that doesn't mean daddy's gone when it's baby. But there's another concept that branches off of object permanence. That's the idea that when you have a fixed vision of what something should look like in a preconception, it's not necessarily the tone of bias. It's a term that's very specifically narrowed down to that it's not a bias. It is the idea that your idea of what type of object and how it should exist in the world, where it should exist and where it can exist, is dictated by the view of the world that you're granted by proxy of being a human being, two eyes and whatnot. And that first-person games actually help you with immersion, because as long as they keep that bias actually working in your favor mentally, which can actually be the reason why people like Mary get motion sickness, that concept actually can make things like, even though you're not moving, you see a screen that's moving, things like that, because your perception of how you're sitting, but how you view a character, you're actually viewing the character as if you are viewing something that's beyond the character. So you're viewing it with the core knowledge of that there should be depth perception, things like that. And so older games can sometimes look a bit older because like the backgrounds aren't blurred, there aren't chromatic aberrations, there aren't things like that. When you switch perspectives, that actually automatically switches it from the idea of you're looking at something from your own two eyes to that concept that I really can't remember the term of, would start to kick in to where it would be a new experience, because your brain and your previous knowledge is actually working against you. Again, it's not bias, I can't remember the term, but it has to do with like expanding upon the concepts of developmental psychology of the book I have over there that could tell me it. I can't remember it. But it because it's about the ages 4 to 8 that actually sets in, and we actually have new studies of kids who are growing up playing games like Fortnite, and you think it means nothing, but actually watching kids that play Fortnite shows that there's a way to get around it, that the brain can understand that a switch perspective is possible. But that's only with the advent of like technology, and before that you'd only really experience that in things like with mirrors and the idea of anyone who's tried to give themselves a haircut, you'll aim the scissors in the wrong place because you're used to seeing your face, but you're also used to being able to interact with your own face. So think of the idea of through your own eyes, you like for my chin hair or someone who has longer hair, you can view your hair, but in the mirror when you're trying to position your hand, and it should be obvious because you're looking in the mirror, it's your own reflection, your hand actually wants to gravitate toward your first person perspective of yourself, of where you would be. So you see where you are in the mirror of where you want to cut the hair, and your hand has a tendency to move the opposite way at first. So anyone that has been through that struggle of trying to cut your own hair, you've actually experienced the phenomenon I'm talking about, where you are inverting your own expectation of how you should interact with the world. And if you actually take that further, if you were to try to grab things off the counter more often from like not looking down at the counter, but using the mirror and block off your perception of the counter, you'd find more often than not, you would actually overreach, underreach, not grab things correctly. And because of that, it shows the concept I'm trying to talk about, that changing perspective actually changes your complete understanding of your surroundings. So it's not me just putting out a random excuse of like, it does change the experience. Switching from first to third person 100% does change the experience. Did I just drop down to something I can't climb back up to? Did I forget that you can't climb back up to that? Hold on. I was talking too much. Nope. I get all that, but I'm pretty sure that I can't go. I went too far. I meant to not jump down. I think the second I jump down, I cannot go back to where I'm talking about. That is gonna drive me crazy. I can't have red screens. They're not allowed here. We don't stand for that here. Not that kind of malarkey. Not on this channel. We don't stand for that. And by that I mean you guys have to suffer while I do a thing. And I mean, if you don't like it, if you have a shield by your name, there's a thing that you still have to watch and comment on. There's only like 40 or 50 of you that have commented on that stuff. I was literally looking for you guys' input before I posted it. You can totally do that while I backtrack and go like, what the fuck did I miss? because that's what my brain is doing right now. The color red in general gets to me. So of course I have to go after the color red with me missing something. I think I missed something. I'm almost sure I missed something. I'm like 90, 80. I'm 75% positive I missed something, which you can easily round up to. Like 75% is basically 80%, and then when you like really have to round it, like 80% is actually so far up there. You could actually just do a quick rounding if you had to worry about standard deviations, almost like to 90 or 95%, which is basically 100%. So I'm basically 100% positive that I missed something that I have to get now, and that's just math. So I have to go back. I'm sorry if that affects anyone watching. That's the most janky, broken math I have ever spouted. If anyone ever quotes that math, do not add me in your appendix of like, I wrote a paper based on your math. Here's what I did. I got a D for D's nuts. Thank you, Darkness. Don't quote me on that. But but I don't want to go through the shaft. But that's where the red thing is, isn't it? That's where one of the red screens are, is after the shaft. Right? It's the ventilation duct and then that. What's that? What's going on there? Ugh. I don't care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. It's just I'm just getting it because I know people might ask about it later, but I don't even care if I get it or not. I don't. Wait. Ran into the same dead end. It doesn't bother me at all. I'm just doing it for the audience. I don't even care. I just read, have I finished RE8 on the hardest difficulty yet? Oh. It's someone who's new to my channel. Hi there, Odd Eye. Welcome. You must be new around these parts. I have done Village of Shadows, and I pre-ordered it on both PS5 and Xbox Series X, so that I can, I could on Xbox Series X beat it first time on that Village of Shadows, no new game plus. So I've without infinite weapons and without even unlocking the ability to purchase infinite weapons, beaten Village of Shadows as a first run through the game. It was not easy. And let me tell you that. It was not the easiest. It left a weird taste in my mouth that made me want to actually do it Lemmy only, but I don't think I want to do it Lemmy only. Have I done IF only yet? We talked about it. I talked about doing it. The night I talked about doing it, it was voted overwhelmingly to put it off for a while. That after doing so much for no unlocks, no upgraded knife, even no infinite weapons, people wanted me to play something else. So when I put it to a vote a while ago, the vote was, please don't right now. There's only so much people can take of one game, and my channel is not 100% Resident Evil. In fact, once I put out Resident Evil 4 and do a few challenges, people are going to find out it's probably not even going to be 50% Resident Evil. But it'll have Resident Evil on it. I just am more than just that. But I do like challenges. I will return to games that give me challenges. I like challenges. Especially randomized ones. Okay. Now that I'm here at the shaft, you're damn right. What did I miss? What What the hell? What the... Okay, what the actual... I love God of War. I haven't played Ragnarok, so nothing about that. Nothing about actually most of the original. I haven't finished that. No, I figured I'd skip out on RE4 Remake. I don't think it really gained traction. Oh my god, it was a chem bottle? Oh my god, of things I've beaten. Yes, I've done Mercenaries with... Doesn't it have double S rank on my PS5? I'm not gonna say every challenge I've done. You can go look at the playlists. They have all the challenges. I don't remember everything I've done. I know that I'm world first to beat Resident Evil 3 knife only. I know I'm world first to do a few things in some of the Resident Evil games. I've done hundreds of challenges on these. I don't remember all the ones I've done for each game. I honestly can't remember. I have to look up the list. So spamming me with what I've done is just easier to go look at playlists, because I don't remember everything I've done. I've done literally hundreds of different variations of challenges. Literally. Because I used to do for things like the RE.net, where they'd be like, only 10,000 steps, and also you can't kill people, or something like that, or 95% accuracy, or blah blah blah. And then I'd add on to all of those, like, do it but as hardcore S plus for Resident Evil 2 Remake, and things like that. I've done so many, just, or ones I would make up, or anything I could for myself. I've done so many that I cannot, even if I tried, I could not spout off that for each one, because also I get what I've done for Resident Evil 7 and 8 mixed up. I've done knife only on one of those, right? I did knife only on Resident Evil 7 Madhouse. Did I yet? Or was that one of those things I recorded, and another one of those we don't talk about because it got corrupted and I don't feel like doing it again? The red. Okay, but listen. Wait. My balls. The red. What? I don't want to sound obsessive over just something that I really don't need because I don't need the money for this run. I don't want to come across that way. I don't want to. But why the fuck is that red? Why the fuck are you red? I have to go back. Oh, come on, YouTube. Stop blocking me out because I didn't, whatever. And, oopsies. I accidentally blocked someone who didn't get the message. For anybody else that, didn't sit here earlier and see that I actually am not feeling my best, if you annoy me because you don't get the hint, if I ever, I don't have a tool to be able to time out on Streamlabs that's really easy to hit. I hit the timeout button, but it probably just blocked that person. Please take the hint and shut the fuck up if I am trying to put out the real big hint of I don't want to talk about something anymore. Otherwise, my thing is, my thing blocks. No, I'm not ignoring anybody. There's one person that I was looking over at chat and just going, ugh. Oh, you got an ad? Yeah, because there's a thing. It keeps lagging my stream when I don't do the ad. I haven't made the ball. Wait. I have a ball mold. When did I get that? Oh, my dad. What? Hold on. What? When did I get my ball? Since when have I had... Shouldn't ask since when have I had it. Or them. Just make it. And while you're making one ball, you might as well pump out a second one just in case you lose the first. It's good for them to come in pairs. Write that down. Take notes. You want your balls to come in pairs. It's really important. Please let me now move on with my life. Oh, god damn it. I think I missed enough. Yep. There's red. There's red. I see red. What did I miss? What is it? So I can move on with my life and everyone can just see me beat the game. Because then it's Chris's section and then back to Ethan and then the game's finished. What? Where is it? Where is the object? Is it in here? Okay, that's one of them. Just let me release me, game. Oh, there's a wow. That is some stupid oh, you fucker. That all right. I apparently was just not in my right mind yesterday enough to even realize some of the most simple shit. I passed all these rooms. I've already been in all these rooms. Why didn't I just grab things? This is probably the dumbest backtracking I've ever done in my life. All right. Now let's go put my balls in the contraption and see what happens. And then finally go just kill Heisenberg. In the hardest fight ever. Since it's basically a scripted one, as long as I don't brain fart. I do have a genuine thing to ask of people. Do people wait, where am I again? Alright. I am nope. I do have a genuine question for people. Oh, come on. Hold on. First, I have to remember how life works. Excuse me for one moment. Where did I come? Oh, the foundry's right. It's forward, not behind. Question being, do people really truly have problems still with the Heisenberg fight? Is that a thing? If you're watching later when I upload this in 4K, you can answer. Wow, that car's loud. You can answer there, but live chat, is that a thing? People here live? Do you guys still have? I see comments sporadically about it, but I don't know if it's like just a few people who just get impatient. Or if it's an actual concern. I wouldn't know. This is the first ball one that I figured out that you could rotate these puzzles. The first one out of all 4 that you can do that I figured out you could rotate. Yeah, so no. The first time I ever did this one, I did not do it rotating. Okay, so for perspective, I think if you look at my first playthrough of this game, I did not rotate this, and I painstakingly did this puzzle without ever once rotating, which probably made people go, ugh. Rotating screws me up. Rotating screws me up! Just put the ball in the hole. I actually did when I was younger. Is that embarrassing to say? I did before, like, having a proper talk about sex education. Think that I thought the ball had to. I thought the ball needed to also go in the hole. Is that an embarrassing thing to admit? It's just I'm gonna keep it as PG as possible. No. Stop. Why is it just going so wildly? Said I was a person of sound judgment and naivety when I was younger. I really did think that was a thing. I was just like, why? How do you get it in the? How do you do that? How does that work? This freaking puzzle is so convoluted. Thank you. All right, I got all the treasures. Dookie Duke. I'm ready to fight Heisenberg.
It's just looking. Window shop away.
Give me money for the things that I did. I'm keeping my girls for my things. I did the things. And the best part is, I can load this save at any time and start having the ability to unlock any weapon because I have way more than enough money to probably upgrade any singular weapon. Which fully upgrading any singular weapon means that you can then purchase it in the whatever store. I don't have everything done on.
This is something to splurge on.
I don't have everything unlocked on the PC because once again I rebought it for PC. So I bought this game 3 times now. I bought it for a high price. Do I just go back up to the top floor, go to the strum, and do I just go there? Do I just strum it out? You know what? Just do that because my brain is not comprehending things. Floor 1, from whence I came, and the world is gonna know my name. What's my name? Should I start Resident Evil 8 on Village of Shadows? I never played it. No. You can check out my Resident Evil 8 playlist. You can see that I'm no slouch at a lot of games like this. I'm not. I might goof around a bit, but I'm no slouch. I'm not the best, but I'm no slouch. It took me. I mean, I'm going slow right now, talking to you guys and playing at the same time. We're at 8 hours, 37 minutes of playing it. By 8 hours and 37 minutes of playing Village of Shadows for my first time not unlocking anything, I think I was still in Castle Dimitrescu. I needed to get out of Castle Dimitrescu to even have a shot at it because I needed upgraded weapons. And so you don't get good enough upgrades until, like, when I finally got the shotgun, getting to Beneviento, it got easier. But getting out of Castle Dimitrescu was just insanity. Oh, I've got new games to play here soon. I need new games other than this. I gotta keep the channel growing with people who want things like this. But they're gonna see things like my love for Near Replicant, Near Gestalt. Same thing, but one was remade for us. Near Automata. Oh. Final Fantasy 14 storyline. Challenge runs on other series. What am I brain farting on? Being able to do more of Elden Ring, Ghost of Tsushima. Oh. Oh. Can't wait to break free and have people join me on those escapades. I'm hoping to convert people that watch me for Resident Evil one day to the rest of those things so I can have more fun. Because honestly, these do get stale for me too. That's why I had to make so many different challenge runs of these games. Because they'd be god-awful boring. So I have to make challenges for myself, and then on top of that, I have to not hear just a bajillion bits of negativity when I do things. One of those things aren't meant, and I can't watch anyone else ever play the games. If I ever watch anyone play the games, I can't play them ever again. Hey, Magneto. What's going on, bro? Wait. There you are.
What the?
No, Magneto. I'll just catch you downstairs.
Again?
Oh, he's very wet. Yeah, I know a lot of people's first... I'll say I know a lot of people's first exposure to me before I gain like 20, 30,000 subscribers from those guides were Resident Evil 2 guides. With that said, before those people that jumped on, the more than half of the subscribers I have were not that. They were everything else I did on the channel, which was not any Resident Evil games except for Resident Evil 1 Remake that I made really short videos out of. So I might be that to some people, but if you go look on my channel, the vast majority of my videos are still, even with me doing hundreds of live streams of Resident Evil, the vast majority of my videos are still not Resident Evil. They're actually anything else other than Resident Evil. So, but I am what I am to some people. Okay. Come here, Chris. I smacked my other microphone. All right. Oh, it goes to first person. I hate he's sticking his hand up close.
I told you to leave it alone, Ethan. You are in the way.
What do you care, Chris? You killed my wife, you son of a bitch!
You think I killed Mia? That wasn't her.
Dun dun dun.
Can't turn back now.
Yeah, you can turn back. You're still very wet. You look glossy. You look like you got laminated. That's a weird thing to have to think about you, Ethan. Were you laminated? Was your moldy ass just laminated and for preservation's sake for some slides?
Metal polymer composite, huh? Time to fight fire with fire.
Polymer composite, yep, because
I'm coming, Rosa.
like I said, oh, it's not third person for this. Like I said, it's a ferromagnesis he has control over. Oh. Oh. That I was hoping this would actually somehow pull off in third person. Hey, Eastad. Hey, Manny. Oh no, you're all right, Luke. Just something that comes up every now and then. Figure I would say something. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh wait. The most intuitive way ever to open a gate. Let it reload. I wanted a new experience of this fight. This fight is a little, to be honest, this is actually the most boring fight in the game to me. No, it doesn't matter what difficulty you're on. You strafe him. You make sure metal blockades are between you and him. You're aiming for his vitals so he can only hit you enough times. You go behind the metal to shoot him from afar with anything that you've got long range while you pick up ammunition. It goes into a cutscene. You see Miranda. This honestly to me is the most boring fight of like the least challenging, most boring fight. Because it really doesn't take anything but like literally one strategy that you gotta do, otherwise you just fail the fight for being in the mech robot thing. And then one strategy for shooting him down while he's a big mech, and you make sure metal shards are on the ground, and then you're done. There's one way to do it. I don't like things that are just, oh, there's just one way to do it, and it's obviously that's just the one way you're supposed to do it.
You're like a goddamn cockroach. Take me on. This will be before I kill the bitch. Let's settle this. Man and man. Your corpse will be another addition to my army.
Oh god, I did it wrong. There we go. Put myself in a little bit of a corner.
Your only fan. Come on.
He's dead.
You really should have taken my deal. You'll be foiled in the afterlife. Losing power and what? Right after I murdered them. This can't be the end for me! I must kill her!
Okay, that's the thing. Now I can skip a few things. Yeah, I took like I think 2 hits more than I should have if I was on Village of Shadows. Otherwise, that's the exact same way you kill him on Village of Shadows.
I wasn't able to retrieve the body, but I've recorded evidence.
Share your screen, and I'll go over the situation.
Been a while since we fought together, Captain.
What's my loadout for him? Sure. That looks fine.
When was it last? The desert?
Doing nothing but recon's gotten me out of shape.
But thanks to your recon, we know Miranda's plan.
Couldn't quite believe it when I heard you turn herself into Mia, though.
Taking 5 shots to the head's nothing to sneeze at either. Spooky.
Alright. This is weird to see Chris in third person. Hey, look, they actually gave him a proportional looking body from the backside too. It actually looks realistic that he could be this size and shape. Huh. Well, it's first person now, so who
Everyone
cares?
watch for hostile bioweapons.
Roger.
Made contact with a group of hostile bioweapons.
It's more than we thought.
Western route is clear, moving out.
Roger that.
BSAA craft spotted. 2 guards. I can take them.
Don't get cocky.
Alright. First person for this even. Okay. This seems like an easier transition to not switch.
What is that thing? It's all mutamycete.
That's probably where Miranda is. Let's go.
It couldn't force your perspective to make you look at the mutamycete. I noticed that. That feels awkward. They're talking about mutamycete, and I was looking at the ground basically because I didn't have the wide view angle that would like 95% guarantee that I'd see what they're talking about. Wolf, wolf, bow wow. Where'd you go? There you go.
Large mutated bioweapon sighted.
Maybe releasing infectious particulates. Keep your masks on.
Didn't expect to see the BSAA.
They had eyes on Miranda, too. They needed to intervene.
Okay. Bang, bang, bang.
Hey boss, it's me. My location, prepare for support fire. Might be a minute.
Roger.
Tundra here. Leaving some supplies in one of the houses, Captain. Help yourself.
But not this house. That should put me with... Oh, 701. Yeah. Village of Shadows, I gotta play this a little backward than I do it right now, but that's fine. Oh yeah, I go around. Because of course, I'm gonna run my primary system and go to my secondary if I run out instead of trying to reload. Village of Shadows is kind of like... I'm able to actually put enough lead down range that I want to blow through the weaker of the two weapons.
Umberise, I need some backup.
Ooh, I didn't actually see him because of them. Okay, he was here. Thank you, Smooth. I appreciate that. I have it paused for a second here. Whoa! I didn't see you. Come here.
I've never heard of you to my seat quality coming so huge.
Hold on. Man, that tactic works way too well in too many games. Just let them funnel themselves. It'll work out. It's easier if they all line up. Crits for days! I hear one more. Where are you? Are you in the roof? Are you the one I knocked over? Are you just sitting right there growling? I gotta get the extra supplies because I want grenades. Those flashbangs will come in clutch. Yeah, I can use this up. Why not? Wow. Somebody's angry on the rooftop. Wow, not nearly as many come after you in Village of Shadows, do they? Or I mean, this mode, as opposed to Village of Shadows. Whoa, didn't quick turn properly. Whoa, hi. How about I actually start nailing some of these turns properly? And I don't believe the big guy can follow that way. So take care of the little Mibians and examine.
Can't let this more spread.
I never knew there was actually a dude here. He might be one of the bioweapons they talked about. I didn't want to use that ammo on you. I wanted to use it on your big bro over here that's all armored. Not you either. You absolute... Yeah, I had words that were combinations that were bad to say. Should've just ran past him again. Run past. No point of fighting. Not on Village of Shadows.
Target location. Damn, this is big. All right, Lobo. Marking the target.
Roger that, boss.
Keep forgetting. It's only in Village of Shadows I really gotta clear my path.
All right. Reloading now. Just a minute.
There's a swarm headed that way.
Didn't I have... I don't want to use them yet. Look how much ammo I've got. Can I actually climb? Wait, can I climb this? I've never done this before. I didn't know I could get up on a rooftop. How many of them can follow me up here?
Okay, Captain. Reloaded. Ready when you are.
The mold is rapidly expanding. Must be something stimulating.
I know, just take some shots at me, whatever. Where is the flashbang again?
BSAA guys engaged. You're right, Captain. They must be after the Mega IC-2.
Looks like it's about to collapse.
Hold your horses. I'm reloading.
What's that? Triple hitting place.
Is there something behind? I think I've got fooled into this before. I accidentally went back here when there was nothing behind. Oh, yeah, I've totally done this before. I've done this before. I made this mistake before.
Reloaded. Where should I point next?
I said it was the last time. It became a pastime.
How many are there? Everyone okay?
They're coming from the mold.
Ah, shit. Dude! I almost had that fired off.
Damn it, these...
Sure they're thinking the same about you.
Boom.
Take that!
Good. Mega Mycete must be below.
I so 100% forgot that was a thing that I actually don't know where the other end comes out. Is it over here? Is that that window? Totally forgot about that. Yeah, it's this window.
The Mega Mycete is underground.
I'm on my way.
So the thing underground is the Mega Mycete, and everything inside of people are the Mutamycete. Where? Wait. Where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, wait. Somebody was... Smooth was kind over there. Thank you so much, Smooth.
We would like to buy one,
Oh,
child,
no.
please.
Now I'm going to have that stuck in my head. It's close to midnight. Something evil's looking in the dark. Under the moonlight. You see this? You try to scream, but terror takes its time before you make it. You start to freeze and it looks right between the eyes. You're paralyzed. That's... People start thinking Thriller after that. There's a whole other verse. Get you. Something's closing in on every side. Something like that. Who will possess you? Unless you press a number on the dial. Now it's the time for you and I to cuddle close together. Yeah. All through the night, I'll save you from the terror on the screen. I'll make you see that this is Thriller. Yeah, there we go. That'll be stuck in my head. Thank you, Smooth. I get down there.
I found a way down. I'm going in. The rest of you stay back.
Captain, I compared the mold at the village with a sample from the bakers, and There's no sign of the genome editing we saw in the E-series. The stuff originated here.
Wow, they gave me a lot of shit right here. Wow. What's in his med injector? I've never actually... Medicine that fully heals all wounds. Quickly recover fatigue and stimulates the body to enhance senses for missions. And it's green, so it's gonna be the herbs that grow in that originate in the Raccoon City Mountains, and it is marked Umbrella Corporation. I think people forget that he doesn't actually answer to the BSAA as much anymore. He's one of the founding members, but he actually answers now with the BSAA teaming up to Blue Umbrella, that is trying to make a name of the people who didn't know what was going on. So that's why the whole thing of like he's got to take care of the BSAA, it's kind of like a rehash of what happened in Revelations, where he took down the organization that spawned the BSAA. So anyway, but we're not here for lore dumps. We're here for I don't know what you guys are here for. What are you guys here for? Awesome gameplay. I don't know if this is hurting you, but I'm trying.
Huh?
Oh, I think I could have hurt him.
I got a tough guy here. I'm gonna need backup.
Oh, I can't yet.
You're on the ground.
There's an opening in the roof. Use it.
Okay, hold until I get there.
That didn't count. Whoops.
Good. I'll signal with the locator.
Oh, dude, you cut me off. I was saying a thing. No, 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 no. You cannot. Jesus H. I'm screwing this up so bad. Just get a shot off.
Thought so.
Reloading now. Just a minute.
Flashbang's working on him, right?
Reloading. Meet with you soon.
Oh, crap.
Okay, Captain. Reloading. Ready when you are.
Hey, dude.
I'm reloading.
I don't need to reload. I got it.
Where should I go next?
I'll keep you going. The rest of you, stay above ground.
So if Miranda was the fake Mia, where's the real one?
I doubt she saw any further use for her. I don't get any of this. How did Miranda even know Rose exists?
A moldy little bird told her, maybe?
We can figure that out later. Focus on the plan. I found
Yeah.
it. It's the Megamycete.
Meh, 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 meh. And it's in the shape of a fetus. Which I get the feeling from this game's lore of what's going on here. It's specifically that shape because of Miranda, that it was just underground living, and that it is going fetus because she's trying to bring back her daughter. So it's not just an illusion, it's actual, it originates here, but she's fucking around with it too much. Because that shape has no real biological sense.
I have eyes on Miranda at the ceremony site.
Keep your distance. Do not move until I give the order.
I got all the goats.
I know it's too late now, but we really should have told Ethan the plan.
There wasn't time. We didn't expect Miranda to act so soon.
Even so, you should have told him.
Yeah.
And then I'm missing one document that I haven't read, and I always keep thinking,
This must be Miranda's lab.
if I haven't read a document yet, because there's like a whole like, oh, you've read whatever from blah 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 and blah blah blah. I swear if it still says just one, I'll read everything in this room again. Nope, it says 4. So I don't give a shit suddenly. Other than just the one that's Oswald E. Spencer. Sincerely, your lifelong student.
Spencer, here. No way.
Yeah, there's totally a way. Who is it? We'll never know. Because I skipped over it. Oh, God. But Ethan is special. Chris? Oh, yeah. I actually talked about this at some point, how basically he's not connected to the E strain of the Mutamycete because Evelyn is inside of him, so he can't regenerate his heart. If he was connected to the Mutamycete under his feet, losing his heart wouldn't be a big deal. So, in the pseudoscience that goes along with this, since he harbors, his body's made of this fungi that replicate cells even of his human body, having access to those cells would help him regenerate any body part he would lose. So the general idea in the pseudoscience, as far as I can understand, and I've talked it out before, is that when he's lost his hand, one of the most confusing things is that he could regrow his hand, but he doesn't regrow his hand in this game. Yet he reattached his leg, could reattach his hand. What's the big difference? He went through so many injuries. He was impaled by Dimitrescu. The big difference is that he's actually, without realizing it, in the first game, he's in contact with the Evelyn, which is actually the source of the fungal infection. Basically, when you have the source of the infection, your body doesn't have to necessarily reproduce everything from scratch. It's kind of like saying that if the infection is now what your body's being made of, just having more of the substance, mass isn't just made out of nowhere. Ethan can actually survive all these things, but he's not regrowing it without being, as a dumbed down way of saying, he's not going to regrow anything without being actually in contact, not with the Mutamycete, because Mutamycete on its own isn't what he's infected with. He's infected with the E strain, named for Evie Evelyn. And by the way, she infected him and was part of him because she wanted him to be the new dad, and that's why Jack was upset, blah, blah, blah. So she can affect minds, but she wasn't affecting his as much as you would think. He wasn't having visions of her. Basically, it takes time for her to actually do her job. So what we're finding out is that in the lore of the whole game, by the time he's finished at the Baker residence, while he might have died there when Jack stomped on his head, he did have enough brain activity and was already infected enough that things like restarting brain activity, keeping him alive, being able to bring systems back online, which a traumatic brain injury is something that usually swelling would kill you. Those are things that can be just as serious as, it sounds like sarcasm, but no, as serious as losing a heart. When you're talking about breaking the cranial cavity and surviving that, you're looking at some circumstances that without help are just as impossible in almost all circumstances. I know the heart is 100%, you can't live without it, but it's close to being a 1-for-1 if we take out all medical services. The big difference is that if he's being dragged and that he's having his brain actually recall memories, it means that the Mutamycete actually in the first game, which is actually scientifically pretty sound when it comes to how fungal infections could work and have worked in other hosts and other insects and everything like that, can actually help fire off brain activity that would have been there before, that would have been sparked by electrical signals that are created because you're pumping blood, blah, 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 electrolytes going through, whatever, all the things, the system of your body that has that happen. When they kill Evelyn, he no longer has the ability, he's being infected while he's going along. So you see that people can resist it. He wasn't infected enough to need to resist it yet. Mia was still resisting it, but still gave in and started attacking him. Zoe was infested with it and still could hold it off on her own. And she should have been infested with it first before even Mia, in a way. But no, that's not how it actually goes. Mia's infested on the ship, and then the ship goes in the bayou, and then it's them. But Mia would have had, supposedly, working for the connections, safeguards against an infection from Mia. But we see from Alan that for whatever reason in Resident Evil 7, that those safeguards aren't in place, and that they can't say a bad word about her, because when she gets in, she's in. So it can act fast, it can act slow, but when she goes out of control is when it's going. She's not going out of control. He's not actually in that. Miranda has control, or Miranda believes she has control over the Mutamycete that's actually in the village. So you would think him being here would also give him the same ability to regenerate his body as he had in Resident Evil 7 when he was in contact with Evelyn. But that's not the case. Since a fungal infection like that would actually take time to grow, he could regenerate. It's like Zoe having to staple his arm back on. He needed the original body part, but he could actually do something with it. You notice she doesn't use the green goop on it. If you don't get under the floor space fast enough, the leg gets cut off, you pour on the green goop, it actually is, for him, for other people like Chris, it is healing wounds, but for him, it's speeding up the rate at which the Mutamycete can actually, the fungal infection can basically replicate the cells of his own body, because it needs help to go along, given that it's not fully replicated by the events of Resident Evil 7, his entire body. After those events, Mia is now a researcher for the connections, a former researcher, and knows to look for things like, with her husband could have changed, which is the phone call you get in the very beginning of the game, which is to say that they did see that Rose is very special, and so is Ethan. That she had the hunch to have basically his body tested without him really knowing, and to use her connections of, she's a scientist, and to keep it from Ethan. She was trying to keep it all under wraps by using what it seems to be doctors that basically would keep even Umbrella and BSAA out of the loop, to be able to figure out what's happening with her daughter and what's happening with Ethan. And at that point, she can say Ethan definitively actually most likely did die for his whole body to be taken over. The reason that's important is because we have other people that obviously did not have their bodies taken over or could recover. Mia is human. Zoe is human. What's the difference? They actually got something that helped to stop the fungal infection. Ethan never got that treatment. He actually died, and the thing that kept him alive was the fungal infection. To stop it would be to kill him. So fast forward to this game, the infection only lives within him. It's not actually spreading and being almost like, you can think of it as a contagion that would help him regenerate limbs. So if he loses his fingers, technically over time, the Mutamycete, he would have figured out that he could actually regenerate it, given enough time for the fungal infection to actually basically make more of itself, to give him back his digits. But all these events happen within the span of 1 day. And so he's no longer got a direct connection to Evelyn, but he now does have the infection everyone else was suffering from. He just doesn't know it. Evelyn is in his brain and has affected his brain chemistry. And the only human part of him left, if you can think of it that way, is that a fungal infection would not actually recreate or disrupt the brain as much as possible. It would actually try to, anything that it couldn't completely control and keep under, you can go to The Last of Us and look at how cordyceps works in nature. It does not, it tries to affect brain activity or any signals sent through the body, but it will not actually shut them down. That would actually be detrimental. The cordyceps fungal infection will do things like, for ants, make them climb higher so that the fungi that comes out of it has a better chance for getting moisture, nutrients, and sunlight to be able to grow. And it's detrimental for it to be able to actually kill the nervous system of even something with an exoskeleton like that. It would be detrimental to kill off all those signals. It'd be better to manipulate those signals. since Evelyn is dead and he did not have enough exposure, he's got some of the regenerative abilities, but he doesn't have Evelyn constantly in his head like Jack did, like Mia did, like everyone else did. She can't. She's basically sustained his brain function, but never took it over. When it comes to this game, the reason why it gets to further from pseudoscience, because everything I said in 7 actually is real life shit that can happen. And that is weird to think, but the molded infection is 95% real life shit that can happen. It's called the underground internet. That's what fungi can do. They have the intelligence of human beings at a younger age. We just don't think of it as intelligence because they're not ambulatory, walking, doing all that stuff. But for a something that structurally is exactly the same, and to see that nutrients are better half a mile away, and to be able to take down the bud of a like the head of a mushroom, the whole thing, bring it back into the ground, move the entire structure in the ground, and have it come through, pop through the ground, the exact same mushroom you were seeing there, now a half mile away, is really, really, really crazy. That's real life. That just happens every day around you, and you don't realize that one day you might have seen a mushroom, and the next day it's the exact same mushroom, literally down to its makeup. It was deconstructed from one place, and it's reconstructed in another place from the underground network. This game takes it a step further with the idea of the Muomycete actually can not only sustain human cognition, but over time, if you died while in contact with the Muomycete, Miranda's whole assumption on this is that when they went through the Spanish flu, I believe it was in this game, that when her daughter died, anyone who was dying to it was actually being taken into this network. And that's where it starts deviating way off of real life science. And when they're taken into this whole network, the Muomycete basically is being able to replicate the brain signal that's being fired off and storing it like it's a big data bank. Good night, Skull. Thank you for being here. And so because it's storing it like a big data bank, all she has to do is access that data bank, but she doesn't know how to do it. So she's constantly going through experiment after experiment to find a host, because her best way is still the idea of it's hard to create the electrical signals in a brain without an actual brain to force it to fire off the signals you want it to fire off. So even it's kind of like having all of the information, but the wrong thing. It's like having a computer, but you bought a brand new computer that doesn't have a DVD drive, and the drivers you need to install come on a DVD. You don't have internet access. How do you use a new graphics card or whatever that you just installed into the computer if you don't have access to it? If it didn't come with a thumb drive, if it came with a literal DVD, but you don't have a DVD drive, you have the information, but you don't have access to the information. You don't have any way to read the information, to replicate it, and then to put it actually onto your computer as being able to say, this is how you should think, this is how it should work. In the same way, she's now trying to experiment on other human beings to basically make them vessels to send off the correct signals so she can bring her own daughter back. When in those experimentations, she figures out basically the same thing that we figured out in simulations. SAOs covered it, other things have covered it, Psychopaths has covered it, but basically the younger you are, the idea that you still have a malleable brain that's still growing, you can actually just teach it from scratch to fire off the signals you want it to and make it into what you would like it to be. And as sick as it sounds, we know of experimentation that we have condemned as a whole global community against those who have done it. I don't want to get into politics, against those who have done those experiments and they have been successful. Whether we're talking about the CRISPR process or genetic manipulation, we have children now growing up who have gone through this, and we've proven you can do that. You actually can, to not the full extent it's showing here, but you can basically force a certain set of signals to be fired off into a body, or a certain group of chemicals, a certain thing. The genetic mutation has come really, really far, but we should not be doing it on human beings, or really any animals, really. But, that's a whole different conversation, so I'm going to get off of that. And this, what's happening is that she believes having control of it. She's trying to find a vessel. What's happening for that, though, is that the fungal infection is causing a reaction in the human beings. When the human beings die, their cells no longer have the cohesive structure to be able to stick together, and without basically the idea of, you can think of it as drying out like beef jerky. It no longer has the structure to do anything like that. So in the process of trying to stay together, there are fungal structures. There are structures you'd find in in nature, and they're usually carbon based, you'll find structures that actually go crystalline, structures. And a crystal in nature is just something that its anatomical structure is repeated, and that is the full definition of a crystal. That's on an anatomical level. The structure of how it is put together is a constant repeat. So a diamond is a constant repeat of the same structure. It doesn't deviate or whatnot from one chunk to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, lined up in a perfect sequence that never breaks. You can look at one sequence and see the exact same sequence in the next place, and it ad infinitum. Like, that's how it's created. So a diamond, quartz, anything like that, carbon based, usually will only bind together in one certain sequence, and that's why it's the amount of pressure that dictates whether it's basically graphite or, you know, diamonds. But the real big idea behind that is most people wouldn't think of something like graphite as a crystal. But in reality, if you compress it to the point that you still wouldn't consider a diamond, you have made the anatomical structure uniform enough that it does qualify as a diamond. That is and because it's a diamond, we call it a crystal. It qualifies as a crystal, not a diamond, rather. I misspoke. So a crystal just has to do that. What's really cool is if you want to go look up the idea that a year and a half ago, we actually created a time crystal where it is not only just the same structure, but it's actually the same structure that can vary over time and always be the same variable. We've actually constructed a time crystal using quantum computers with Google's quantum computer data bank. It's a concept that was made in 2013. The scientific community lambasted the whole thing. In 2015 and 16, there were people who were putting out theories of how a time crystal could actually be formulated, how it would be made. And by 2021, we're talking about the idea of we made it. We have never made a scientific discovery like that within 8 years from having conceptualized the theory that it could exist to proving that it exists. And the big deal about the time crystal is that it requires no energy input for it to exist. And a quantum computer, if people don't know, runs off of physics. So that's really a really cool thing. It doesn't run off of energy, it runs off of physics. You would think of physics as like gravity. And that's why the limitations of a quantum computer are not energy input or not like graphical. It's not RAM, it's not all these things. It's actual physics. So to give it as like a what if you could trap light inside of a cube that you could no longer monitor, but somehow you could harness what's going on in that cube, what's happening in that cube, if you could perfectly reflect and reflect the light against all sides of the cube inside of it indefinitely, well, you would actually never lose that light. If you could somehow find a way from the non-loss of light to actually extract the energy the light would be giving off by reflecting off of all surfaces, and then replace that energy continuously, you would actually have an infinite power source that could power anything infinitely. That would be the idea of what a very simplified idea of how a quantum computer would try to look at something. Can you make something powered off of something that would just be off of a physical basis from quantum physics? And that's what you're really going off of when it comes to something like that. Quantum physics is the basis for quantum computers. And so using a quantum computer, we were able to do all these different research topics until we finally figured out a way to actually recreate a structure that is like a crystal, which is, again, atomically, it just has to replicate itself over and over. The trick is a crystal exists without any energy input. So you can't just fake a time crystal by saying that it exists because you shine light into it, because if it absorbs the light, you are actually putting in energy, and therefore you did not make a crystal, you made a construct of the crystal, which is not the same thing. You made your starting point that it could exist, but you have to get rid of the energy input. No, in 2021, we made the damn thing. And the really weird thing about it is that energy actually works and time works with this idea of kind of like a spin. The idea of if something is moving, that let's say it's 180 degrees that it's going to be moving, that every single time it does a 180 degree rotation, that you're going to be getting a different side of of a 360 degree wheel. If you get a 180 degree rotation, every single time you'll get one side of like a variation of like, maybe if you're talking about, even to simplify it, fingers, you can have like, you know, double fingers up, but the next rotation is going to be the exact opposite with thumb and these two fingers, and then it just going to flip back and forth between those two variations over and over. I can't do that, my fingers like that very fast, but it's going to be that pattern over and over. And the problem was always thought that spin would actually be in the way for making something like a quantum crystal or time crystal, because the point of a time crystal would be that over time it would have, just like the atomical structure would have the same pattern that repeated indefinitely. It would be in time, it would be a pattern that was not only in 3 dimensions repeating indefinitely, but also in a 4th dimension time indefinitely also repeating. That it would change to something and change back, change to something, change back. That's what makes it a time crystal. That over time, as you linearly look at it through time, it will change to one set of pattern of how it is structured, and then it will change back to its original pattern, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And we're afraid the concept of a spin, the idea that you can knock something that is literally, if its pattern is an on-off binary, if you think of it like that, that if you knock it sideways, let's say that you need it on that 180 degree kind of like axis, that y-axis. If you knock it off over to 175 degrees, that actually throws the pattern off. But the really cool thing of downright proving that it is a time crystal is that they did that over and over. That's a really stupid way of explaining spin, but just bear with me. That in a time crystal, they were trying to knock it off axis, and it was still coming back to its original, even if it would like seem like it's skipping patterns. Give it enough time, it actually seemed to remember its original configuration and start fluctuating in time. It's an original sequence. That is fucking amazing, because it means that the structure itself remembered what it was at a different point in time, when technically there's no reason why it shouldn't just now accept its new structure, given that if it's basically suspended in 3 different dimensions, in a 3-dimensional world like we live in, its new place, if it's kind of stuck, you kind of understand that an object has permanence of being stuck like that until a force is acted upon it. We know that from like Newton's laws and things like inertia. You know, you've learned about these things, like an object in motion will stay in motion unless another force acts upon it. You know these things, so it would make sense that you would think of time would do the same thing, that you could knock it out of time and it would stay out of time. It would be like out of time, like a clock needs to be wound or something like that. But for some reason, it was proven that yes, you could try to knock it out of time, but time remembered itself as what it was. And so that's fucking amazing that we can now make a time crystal. And the best part of it is inside the quantum computer, while light is the catalyst to start the time crystal, it never consumed a single iota of energy from the light. The light was just passing through to start the process of it starting its spin, to start the fluctuation in time, for it to be a structure that in 3 dimensions always was the same thing, and in the 4th dimension time was always fluctuating with permanence from one state to another, back and forth for infinity. And even knocked out of that state, like knocking over a chair, it's like time picked the chair back up, knowing that the chair should be upright. So it's fucking incredible that like we have so many things that prove a lot of concepts that could be pseudoscience that would prove. Why would I talk about like a time crystal, things like that? Well, a crystalline structure, even over time, is actually what a lot of objects will go for to try to preserve themselves, because by making a uniform structure, it can try to bind itself to try to hold on as a last effort to preserve itself. And that's just nature, basically, and evolution and things in nature trying to avoid what you would think of as decay or destabilization. That its cells are being destabilized, its cell wall, membranes are being broken. It's avoiding destabilization, so it's trying to actually make a crystalline structure to then be able to become something before it would just not be a thing anymore. In this game, it's actually showing it over and over that they're actually adhering even to that, because when you end up killing things in this game that are stuck together by the mutamycete, they keep breaking down into chunks like crystals. And that's because as their last kind of ditch effort to be able to preserve their own functions, they are actually freezing in time to preserve the rest of the function of the rest of the body. And the idea is that if you kind of freeze it like a crystal structure, where it's a repeating structure, you can make a repeating structure and break down a repeating structure, because you can read a repeating structure just fine. If somebody knows that, you know, a sequence of numbers should be 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1. Okay, and then all of a sudden you see a bunch of ones in a row, and then a bunch of zeros in a row. It's like a garbled bunch of whatever. Maybe you can think of it as the 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 is like the crystal part of it. but the garble of ones and zeros that have no pattern is actually the part of it that's alive, trying to survive. It knows that if it all turns into ones and zeros in that pattern, it actually won't be surviving anymore, but it turned the ones and zeros into that pattern because it knew that that part was actually corrupting the rest of the string. It was corrupting its ability to actually keep living, so it turned it into a uniform pattern that it can then go back and overwrite, and basically, if you think about it, actually regenerate itself. What I'm describing right now is even something we know in jellyfish, the immortal jellyfish. I forgot its name. You can Google it and look it up, but we know that the jellyfish, biologically speaking, there's no reason it ever has to die ever in life, ever. As long as natural conditions don't interfere with it, there's a jellyfish that is literally, and it sounds really weird to say literally, but literally without interference, without nature having a big climate change or something like that, without man-made, without other animals, without interference, it is literally immortal. It will forever live. And you can look up that jellyfish and you'll see that even the concept of talking about mold is actually already in that jellyfish of how it recreates itself in a kind of different way, but I'm kind of just trying to blow through this. Basically, when it comes to what he's going through right now, you see the objects he's decimating. They're infected with the mutamycete, and of course they look like werewolves because it is Moreau who started injecting them with wolf blood. And so they're putting him out to pasture and basically making as a guard and as a symbol. So they worship Miranda, do whatever she says. So she says they'll keep him at bay. In fact, she's actually taking the villagers and she's experimenting on them. So she's manipulating people on a massive scale. People who are just infected turn into what you see in the basement of Dimitrescu Castle. But people who have the wolf's blood actually pumped into them are having a separate mutation going along. And she does all these experiments. Why I say that is because if Ethan, and this is where it gets into the science that I don't like as much, because the science of Resident Evil 7 checks out. And 8, because Ethan is actually not exposed to the original mutamycete strain of Evelyn, and because he wasn't fully infected, even though his body has completely been replaced with this mold, he is actually not regenerating his heart like the mutamycete would actually do. And the way to basically explain that is that you don't technically need a heart when you're talking about a body that is only trying to think about how do I preserve a brain function. Remember, Ethan died, and that's the whole crux of what Evelyn's about to say. Ethan died, and because he died, obviously what the mold actually did in his body, what that mold did, it actually preserved brain function first, body function second. That's why he couldn't actually do anything but have his arm stapled back on, but he could actually, once he was back up in ambulatory, actually just, put paste on his hand and glue it back on his leg in Resident Evil 7. He can actually speed up the process, but by the time Evelyn's dead, she hasn't actually infected his brain. Unless he's back down to basically relying on her for his basic functions. So now that he's basically at death's doorstep again, Evelyn is able to infest his consciousness. And that is because it is Evelyn and her strain of the mutamycete that is now having to preserve his structure before it turns into something more crystalline to be able to try to stop itself. But we already saw that. That's what happened to Jack Baker, how we thought he was taken down, but the DLC showed he was still alive. That's what happened to a lot of enemies in Resident Evil 7, if you didn't realize that when they were being ever exposed to anything that could counteract the actual mold that was growing, that they were actually going stiff and going into that same thing, or seemed to shatter, break apart, be less of an organic structure and more of a fragmented, a tangible, like it broke more like a crystal would break, like a uniform structure, like graphite, like you can think of smashing graphite into a piece of paper. Because in this, and this is where this whole tangent comes from, the pseudoscience says Evelyn, or rather this mutamycete, is not the same as the one that's in Evelyn. So he has no reserve. He has only what's in his body. And while if he was connected to actually the strain of the E strain that was in the Baker house, his body would immediately make pathways to try to keep up what would be, he would consider a blood pressure that would keep the signal in his brain firing, because his brain obviously, once again, is the only part of his body that would truly be 100% still human, that the mold is actually still trying to preserve the electrical signal to keep him alive. The only thing that the mold would have to do in being able to regenerate a body like it does for Jack Baker, because he shoots himself and all these other things, the mold is able to remember, we already saw from Jack Baker what was going to happen in this game. The mold is able to retain the electrical signals that make up even memories. So that was already hinted at that would happen in Resident Evil 8 and 7 when he blows his own brains out. It can do that, and it's trying to regrow an organic structure, not from what would be actually setting off that signal. She's showing up because he's at death's doorstep, and she's having to step in again to save him a second time. But this time, in trying to save him, the best she can do is basically, instead of keeping up blood pressure and systems, she can basically do what I'm talking about. He's turning Crystal from inside out. She has basically stopped the degradation of his body to keep brain signals firing and him ambulatory. And that's the best she can do. She no longer has access to her, you can think of the entire Baker household and everywhere she infected in the bayou as her body. She doesn't have access to that. Whatever's in Ethan is it. Except there is a caveat, and that is what drives me nuts right here. Right after this, Miranda puts Rose into the mutamycete, and all of a sudden she's bleeding from the eyes. Why does that happen in this game? Well, in pseudoscience, what's actually happening is that the child is now taking control of the mutamycete, and Miranda didn't understand that the child she was putting in that was already, you know, a neural network ready to be written over. She thought she had prepped everything so that her daughter would basically overtake Rose's neural network. What actually happened is that his daughter, already being the way she is, already changed, has memories inside of her already and has ways to counteract the original strain of the mutamycete. And when she's exposed to that, the E strain does have its ability to actually have self-preservation and control the original mutamycete. So basically, a baby's cry in its head of saying, you know, wanting dad, wanting mom, actually corrupted all of the things that Miranda was doing of trying to force the mutamycete to fire a signal into the baby. So to make it really dumbed down, instead of the mutamycete basically making Rose into her daughter, Rose made the mutamycete into her bitch as a baby. And that causes Miranda to become basically mortal again. She is hooked up to the mutamycete. Miranda should not be able to die. And because Rose is exposed to it, it makes Miranda mortal again. In that train of thought, that's the exact moment where Ethan should not be dying anymore in this game. If that is the pseudoscience we're going with, the second Rose is actually exposed to that, and actually her cries for her own parents, her own self-preservation as her own biological structure, overtake the idea that, and another thing Miranda doesn't talk about, how did she selectively choose? She took the remains of her daughter, obviously, for that altar, but how did she selectively choose the mutamycete to fire off the signals of her daughter's brain to recreate her daughter? That's where she gets that wrong as well. And that's what's actually, I hope, is shown in Shadow of Rose. What should have actually happened is that Rose should have actually gotten that whole encyclopedia, and when she's at the end screen of this game, and I haven't played Shadow of Rose DLC, so don't say anything, but when she got that information, she should have gotten her dad's memories as well as everyone else's memories and blah, 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 blah. Like, she should have gotten all of those. And with all of that collective intelligence, she was able to not only fight off Miranda, but when she's going to her own dad's grave to say, you know, I miss you and whatnot, she's not just saying I miss you to something, like she's going to a place for it, but she has the memories of, we can assume, her dad's trials and tribulations, at least before she was born. At a minimum, she already has the ability to replicate that signal and see what he saw. I mean, everything from every piss break he took and everything basically the mutamycete could fire off as a memory for Ethan, she can fire off as a replay, almost like watching a VHS or something like that. It might not be the clearest picture, but she can recreate that signal. So she actually, when someone says, your dad would be proud of you, she says, I know, because she literally should scientifically know. However, she also should scientifically have the ability to stop what Miranda's doing. No matter what happened, if that's the pseudoscience we're going, a baby took over the mutamycete at that moment. And at that moment, she had the ability to save her own dad, even during that fight. He was on top of the original infection, and even though she's part of the E strain, and she is a hybrid of human and the molded, she should have had the ability to command it to rebuild his heart and to keep him alive and to stop the crystalline structure that Evelyn is right now starting to construct for him. Why he's kind of moving sluggish and gets faster. Evelyn is just keeping his body together enough to fulfill a goal. So basically, Evelyn is working in tandem with him. But for Evelyn, it would make sense. She is trying to work with her host because she no longer has control of the host. If she refuses to help the host, Ethan dies right here, right now. By helping the host, she is in self-preservation. In self-preservation, she of course would want him to keep taking another step forward, even if it's towards something that might kill him. But that's exactly where the science really, really breaks down. Ethan should stay alive. Ethan should actually be able to regenerate the second the Mutamycete and Rose come into contact. Rose, even as a baby, she's a baby, but she's a baby that just came into contact with over 100 years worth of other adults' brain signals firing off. And while she can't purposefully bring any of that up, she still has a baby's brain, and she actually has been born from the Mutamycete. She should be able to manipulate it, even if she's cognitively not trying to manipulate it. And she shows she does because Miranda is bleeding from the eyes. Miranda starts actually degrading because of Rose's interference as a baby. So it is proof right there that from the second Rose is sacrificed on that altar, the events are wrong. From that point on, Ethan should have the ability to regenerate his body, or at the very least, keep the signal firing long enough that the E strain that has now infected the now original Mutamycete should be able to help him and basically almost be like an injection. Like we would think of giving somebody an IV of blood because their pressure's down, or giving somebody like an IV, whether it be saline, whether because of blood loss to keep up blood pressure, whether it be actually giving him a transfusion. No matter what, this is basically his time to get a transfusion, and he still dies. That doesn't make sense. The only way I can say that the game is trying to describe it as is when he pulls Rose back out and runs with her. The game is basically trying to say Miranda no longer had the ability to keep her human form, like Evelyn couldn't keep her human form. She's lost control because Rose ripped it away. But the Mutamycete now just goes out of control because Miranda's experiments caused it to go out of control in the first place. It was just living naturally under the ground. Miranda just happened to run into it. Miranda's experiments made it into what it is. So the game is basically trying to say when he took his daughter back, his daughter could no longer keep it at bay, and he takes the detonator right back. Still, technically speaking, if Miranda's not in control of it, it is genetically engineered. It was already naturally there, and now it has Rose's abilities there. Rose's abilities trump the original Mutamycete, as shown by the reason why they're trying to get her. Because logically speaking, if Miranda is such a scientist that spawns Oswald E. Spencer into doing his stuff that does Resident Evil 0 and 1 to start that off, if she's really the scientist she says she is, why does she need Rose? She needs the perfected E strain that is a hybrid of an actual human and actual molded, that the molded is designed around a human being that can still reproduce, and she needed that because she was missing that link, that chain that would let her connect the molded to a person. Just like just Mia and Ethan having sex and having a baby, she was missing that link of how to make a human's signals stored in a library go back into another human and bring them back to life. She did figure out how to extend her own life, and she's been just fine with that. So why did... If she's in control of it, and she needed Rose, and Rose's input now turned it against her, why does it matter if you remove Rose? You have now infected your original strain with the E strain that obviously had control over enough that Miranda has control in that little subset where she's actually firing off stuff. But look at it more closely. She's actually degrading while she's making spires out of this molded, but she has very limited control as compared to when she's the old hag in the village, when she's shape-shifting. She has very limited control anymore. Basically, it comes down to the Mutamycete in Ethan's body in that last fight is fighting against the Mutamycete and the very limited control she has anymore in the space she's in over the Mutamycete she's touching. But the rest of it is just up for grabs. Roche changed it. So that's where I kind of really get pissed at the science in this. That even though I go through a lot of topics that I'm skipping a lot of steps, don't worry. I could go on for this to actually explain it. We could pull up a lot of articles, read from them, and go on like I did in another stream before. We went for deep diving onto being able to show what I'm talking about for a few different subjects, one like this, for about 4 or 5 hours. We could do that, but that is the shortest version I can give of why this just fucking doesn't make sense. Resident Evil 7 served up a ball that Resident Evil 8 dropped in the scientific community. Resident Evil 7, scarily enough, just wrap your head around this. We can say in the scientific community, with more than 95% accuracy, yeah, that's how it works. This could actually occur. The Mutamycete, a fungal infection, they've been shown to be able to manipulate the signals of anything that goes off of a neurological structure to be able to think, process, and interact with this environment. We know that happens. We know that basically it can replicate, find best environments to be able to grow in. We know that it can grow and mutate on its own for its environment that it's in. It can find the best shape top to a mushroom to be able to get the best nutrients and best sunlight, best everything. We know all these things can happen. So it set it up so well just to spike it into the ground a bit short and a bit out. You know, it hits the net and bounces out type deal. He should still be alive. Like, You know, my hard drive, I actually last night converted all of my Resident Evil 4 stuff that I'd already recorded for the demo. And that freed up like 1.5 terabytes. So yeah, my raw videos might be terabytes in size, but the converted, like I'm archiving it, I might need it later, turn into like 10, 20 gigs at most. Even for the 7-hour stream, I think it was 20, 30 gigs for a 4K video. For a 7.5 hour long 4K video, it went from being 1.2 terabytes to like just a 20 or 30 gigs. I could actually stream every single day for 5-6 hours, and as long as I'm converting it, I wouldn't actually fill up that hard drive for a long, long time if I converted everything that's also currently on it. So anyway, that's where we are. I'm gonna let this cutscene play out so I can sip on something. As soon as I say I will let the cutscene play out, I accidentally hit the skip button. I was gonna let Evelyn's taunting play. What the fuck ever, I'll let this one play out so I can take a drink.
At last, he awakes.
Where am I?
My carriage, Ethan. You were having a nightmare.
So, yeah, he's crystallizing as well.
Your battle with Heisenberg was a sight to see. But to think Miranda would show herself.
How long have I been out?
Not long till dawn.
Duke, I need a favor. Take me to Miranda.
I assumed as much and am already on the way. We should arrive shortly.
Which means the Duke has more
Thank you.
more intelligence about what's going on than he's letting on.
Are you sure of this? Your body is, well, falling apart.
Yes.
Foolish of me to ask.
Speaking of foolish questions, who or what are you?
What is he is a good
Even
question.
I can't quite answer that.
He knows too much.
We're here.
The Mutamycete and the Kadala don't seem to affect him.
I owe you one.
So I don't know what
Mr.
he is.
I'm afraid you can't return to your old world any longer. Are you ready?
Notice he said you can't return to your own world any longer. I think, and I don't think I'm reading into that too much. I truly do believe he is commenting on the idea that Ethan might be losing his corporeal body that you think of. But remember, the Mutamycete, as Miranda is trying to use it, is an encyclopedia of people who have died and all of their brain activity going into the ground and the Mutamycete being able to reproduce and remember it. So Miranda's assumption is her daughter is still there because her daughter's body still electrical signals were picked up by the Mutamycete. So he's saying you can't return to the world, whatever. He's not saying Ethan's dying. Those are two totally different things. Losing a physical body in this sense, but keeping a neural network going in any capacity are two different things. Which is the first thing that sparked my interest when I first played this. When I thought about it, I was like, how does the Duke know that? Like, how the fuck does he know that? Because, scientifically speaking, he's correct. Ethan would, if he doesn't stop to try to regenerate using the Mutamycete, should be dying, getting into contact. He should be revitalizing, but he should be dying. Further going on along, though, if he loses his body, the Mutamycete still should be picking up on his electrical signals. When he's dying, even in that explosion, before he dies, he has electrical signals that are being passed off to Rose because he's fighting basically on Rose right then and there before she's ripped back out of the Mutamycete. So Rose should have literally inside of her, like I was saying, like Miranda was trying to extract the encyclopedia of people's thoughts. The Rose should have the encyclopedia of her dad inside of her, stored inside permanently. So to everyone else, it should look like Ethan's dead, but in the lore in context of this, if the Mutamycete is doing what Miranda says it does and what the game has shown it can do by rebuilding Jack Baker's brain no less than 3 times, he shoots it out. You use the antigen or whatever they call it, the mixture on it, on him, and then you kill him as Joe Baker in a boxing match. So his brain had to be remade 1, 2, 3 times. Yeah. Once, then a second, and remade the first time when he's infected. That's what I almost did Fence Post error. I was thinking about the first time he's infected, and then he blows his brains out, and then he has to remake it after he's crystalline. So what is the Duke has been a question. I need to. I'm playing Rose of Shadow of Rose tomorrow. Yeah.
I have to be.
Shadow of Rose tomorrow because so I can finally get these questions answered. And you see he's gimping around at first. Does he still point the knife to his face if you have the knife? Nope, he's just slow. So he's gimping around at first, but in reality, let's just be real here. His body is barely gaining ambulatory status after Evelyn's intervention. And the E strain of the Mutamycete in his body, the E strain of the mold, actually intervening to keep him alive out of self-preservation. That is why he's still ambulatory, as in has any control over his legs, arms, everything like that. I have no idea what quotes are and what context are. If people who quoted things did not put context, I don't know where they came from. It probably made sense in the moment. All right.
As you wish.
Upgrade things one more time. Riffle.
Aha.
Because I'll be using this. This is basically what kills her. All right, and before I upgrade that the rest of the way.
Because of all this commotion, I've lost an entire territory to transact in.
Except for the only thing I've seen about Shadow of Rose is that it seems like you took up residence in Demontress. What are you? Am I getting rid of my girls? Hold on, let me sell this. Oh, he doesn't say Crystal Heisenberg. Oh, I sold it too fast. He didn't say anything about Crystal Heisenberg. Damn it. All right. Yeah, that looks good. I'm leaving enough in this playthrough for me to be able to go sell later stuff. Like
often fills the purse.
Reload this save whenever I want to be able to unlock the rest of the weapons, because that's the easiest way to do it. You just reload the save right before you beat Miranda, and you sell whatever weapons you've got. So I can just go sell the Lemmy, the shotgun, the sniper rifle, and then I go back in and buy whatever weapon I want to, upgrade it fully. You don't have to save the game. The game now parses that you actually upgraded that weapon and bought all of its accessories, and now you can use your CP to actually unlock it as an unlimited weapon. So just in case you didn't know how that worked, that's how that works for this game. So you can, as long as you leave yourself with enough money, you should be able to go one by one and do them. So
Please, be well.
Thanks.
So I'm saving it, but now I'll upgrade the Magnum.
Duke's Emporium has everything you need for your decisive battle.
Because the Magnum eats up
One
so much
moment,
money.
please.
Yep. The Magnum chews through money. If I get in a pinch, the Magnum comes out, but...
This is good. Goodbye, Mr. Winters.
He says it's goodbye. What is he? Alright. Slow pace, and he's able to jog again. But basically, inside of Ethan's chest right now, it's really weird to think the best, if he's still surviving, the best that's being able to done is that every place that where his heart should be and connecting and keeping blood pressure, even though he's made of mutamycete, it's actually keeping pressure some other way to be able, however the electrical signals are being sent in his brain, it is kind of a web of things in his chest cavity. But that's it. That's the best Evelyn could do to keep him going.
Out of my way.
I'm sorry?
I gotta keep going.
And then her eyes bleed.
Little Ava, my beautiful daughter. Come to me.
Except for...
Is that you? Oh, how I've missed you.
It's not.
What?
And she made a mistake. She fucked up.
My power is leaving me.
Yep, because Rose has control of it. She wants her dad.
Miranda!
Interesting. Your body certainly isn't normal.
Give Rose to me. Now!
You will see. Once I kill you properly, everything...
Get her now! Let go!
I've spent a lifetime creating this moment. And you try to take it away from me. I will take what is due. My desire...
I played that to show that she can get shot in the head, but that's not actually where her particular brain signals are functioning. That is another time where they just shoot science right in the dick, don't they? They didn't have to do that. She could be shot in the neck, anywhere else vital. That headshot, it would take time to regenerate a brain system that could actually fire off signals, but she can just shake it off. You could say it would be the mold being able to recreate the signal in her body and doesn't need the brain. That doesn't hold up to every other time we've seen what the mold does. Damn it.
This will be fulfilled! Rose is mine!
What the fuck?
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Williams. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Mice. Now, please do not worry the little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully. You understand the level of
because Rose is my goddamn
The
kid,
Megamycete
not yours!
saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right! All it's done is drive you nuts!
Hold still.
Ah, shoot.
Will this kill you? I can take any form I desire. Beast. Even a wife. Oh, great Megamycete, hear my prayer!
She says she can take any form, but she can't. Not anymore. She's trying. But you see, she turns into that crystal. It's because she's basically discarding one form and asking the surroundings to make another.
Now
Which,
Mr.
again, like I said, is kind of like the underground internet. She can do that, but only in this place because Rose totally fucked her over.
I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will!
I will take back my daughter! Die, 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 die!
This looks much different. I can't actually see where she starts appearing from
understand.
early enough to be able to get a shot in on her.
This is the end. If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! And a century, all for this day. Such vitality. Disgusting. Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need. So
Shoot.
close.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
This is... Your life is over. Why do you still fight? You still Why would you? I will take back my daughter! Die, 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 die! Wretch! This is how you end adventures.
Wait.
To ensure I never see you again, I will feed you to the Megamycete every single day.
Whoops. I forgot I need to shoot her. I was shooting the ball again. I'm shooting my balls. Hey, where's my cylinder? Quick reload. I don't think I can heal myself right now. It's fun. Can he actually make stuff when he's on his back and just be like, I'm just gonna do that? It came down to the lemmy.
My
And about at this point, Ethan should now be fine. At least he should be on the road to recovery. But nope, he's gonna totally die.
Rose! It's all right, Rose. It's all right.
And there he goes. Oh.
Ethan! Ethan! Come on, Ethan. Come on, Ethan, wake up.
Chris.
Ethan. You did it. It's finished.
I think we've finished each other.
Ethan. We gotta move.
Do this to your face. This is third person mode. Stop being so camera shy still. See, that's her experimentation. That biological structure right there is Miranda doing, not the mutamycete.
Keep moving, Ethan. There's a bomb in that thing that'll blow this whole village sky high. Hey, look at me. When I hit this trigger, we can't be anywhere near it.
Which means they could both still go.
Mia's waiting for you. She's alive, you hear me? Alive.
Mia. I'm so sorry. I love you. Keep Rose safe.
Hey, hey. Hey. And you tell yourself. Now come on, it's not that much further.
Okay.
It's over.
I have it. I
teach her to be strong.
God
damn it.
I have a suspicion on what's actually could be what they're going for here. What's happening?
Bye, Rosemary.
Ethan.
You see that as trying to encapsulate its prey, right? I think I know what they're going for of why he had to stay behind, and I'll explain that in a second. What he assumed because of his time with Evelyn. Which can make a bit of sense, but it's still, I don't like it, but I can try to make sense. And also, they said they had to be far away. Why did he didn't wait long enough.
Rose?
Go. Go, take us up now.
Wait! Where's Ethan?
Get moving. We have to get clear.
No! We can't go, not without my husband!
Mia, sit down and strap in.
Not before you tell me where Ethan is. I know he wouldn't abandon us. Tell me what's going on. Where? What was that?
I told you to sit down.
Where is he? Chris? What have you done?
He's gone. I tried.
Now,
he stayed so we could all escape. I'm sorry.
Captain, you need to see this.
I do have things to say about this. I never said in my original playthrough, so I will
BSAA didn't
say
send
something.
soldiers. This is a bioweapon.
the hell were they thinking?
Orders, Captain.
Pick up the rest of the squad. Plot a course for BSAA Europe HQ.
Just like Resident Evil 1. Going for Europe. HQ's gotta always be in Europe. Why can't they be in America?
Gotta pay.
America. And then I still don't know how much time has truly passed because she could technically age rapidly and then stop aging. So, okay. Since that shows what's going on in the background the whole time. Is this where? Yeah. I'm gonna actually turn that down. Hey, Paralyzed Power, what's going on? So, something that I didn't talk about the first time I ever did this, and I think I can say now. I think what they're going for is that the Muramycete going out of control was looking for something to stabilize itself again. Kind of like Evelyn went out of control, and when Evelyn lost control, she was rapidly mutating, expanding. The same thing that you think of with like cancer, things like that. Hey, Blue Knight. And so with the idea of something that basically is rapidly making more of itself so quickly that it's hard to control. I think what Ethan's doing for self-sacrifice there is that he's making a big assumption with coming into contact with Evie. And the big assumption that I think he's coming into making is that the Muramycete, while he can push his daughter away, Muramycete is just looking for that stabilizing factor. If Rose has it, technically he's half of Rose. He should have the part that it's looking for. So how it kind of like looks like it's trying to break the bridge, cut him off, looks like it's actually aiming for where they are. You could say that it has some sort of sentience to it, and it actually is aiming for where they are. And in trying to aim for where they are, it won't continue to follow Chris and Rose if Ethan stays behind. It'll try to trap Ethan and integrate him into the mold. So I think what they're trying to go for. Not necessarily the happiest about that. But in the in the scheme of things, I think also that ending is they're more. Oh.
She snarled. So more in turn is due. In a blink, the girl was trapped inside a mirror. Her parents, though, had searched all day and at last arrived. With rampant rage, Father fought the witch, while Mother's loving touch shattered the dark enchantment. But the witch was strong, and Father yelled, "Save our daughter!" So Mother bore their child to safety as the forest was consumed. Even now, the burnt forest is a grim reminder of Father's sacrifice. To this day, any child who stares too long into the charred wasteland will be haunted by nightmares of getting lost while picking berries.
And I like that background track, so I'm just gonna let it keep going. It's doubling. Give it a second so I can reset that in a few. So this all shows like the plague having the Muramycete, them praising Miranda. The reason that I'm okay with the pseudoscience here, usually I'm not okay with that. Hey, Peter Taylor. The reason I'm not usually okay with pseudoscience is because of something that I need to stop. And what I need to stop is the whole idea that Resident Evil 1 didn't realize how well it was gonna predict the future. Resident Evil 1 was just a story. It was written, the basis of it just being the idea of how a virus works, so they could write itchy scratchy type deal. It's obvious that it's a virus. They need the host alive. It's killing a lot of people, and they're dealing with something that looks like a zombie, acts like a zombie. In pop culture, is a zombie. They are live human beings. So Resident Evil 1 kind of set the standard in my head that, like, I like it that they follow this kind of, like, science that goes along with it, because I guess it's kind of growing up and learning more and more about the world around me, learning more about biochemistry and learning about organic chemistry, basically natural sciences, doing my best. This is where, like, Jeffrey being here would be a great asset, but learning more about natural sciences and all that jazz. I saw Resident Evil as a place where you could make a good game and still have this basis in reality, if you will. But that's only in retrospect, because when I was learning about it, things like the CRISPR process didn't exist yet. So if you wanted to be able to try to get away with what the CRISPR process can do now for things like Luke Cage, for things like the original game for this, the way that you would actually make a T-virus, you would actually have to revert back to something that is also scientifically true. To try to mutate something that would start as a progenitor virus, the original virus, into the T-virus that we know, Marcus's experiments of incubating it in a leech to force mutations on the virus to see if it would infect the host better, actually is a valid way to go about it. And so because that's the way that the games have always gone, where there's a valid way for the 90s and the aughts to be able to digest what was in Resident Evil 1, and then we get into the 2010s and legitimate science says that we don't need the idea of random chance mutations and trying to force mutations or force our DNA to actually change and start. We don't need to do all that. We can actually just use a process called the CRISPR process to be able to use a certain chemical bath, certain temperature, certain pressure, certain exposure, certain amount of time, and that we can we can make it so that we can create the T-virus. And because of that, I have this in my brain that, okay, well, there's real science behind it. There was pseudo type real science, but it's pseudoscience in a way, but it was believable because of the leeches. And then it became even more believable when it became 100% we can create the T-virus right here, right now, and make it act almost exactly like you see in Resident Evil 1. It would have a lot of the same effects. A lot of the same effects are those who survive that would attack, and those that would be bitten trying to be infected instead of drinking the water and things like that. And so it's this overarching idea that the science checks out. Resident Evil 2, the idea of having rapid cell mutation and regeneration from the G virus, spilling that into water supply. If the T virus is already saying that it's resilient to water and that it can be waterborne like polio, then again, you're looking at something that is actually feasible. And that would be still more feasible in a molecular structure or in an organic being that was already going to mutate and rapidly do something that was not cancer, because that's exactly what cancer is, where it's rapid regeneration and creation of things that just don't need to be there, that actually start affecting systems around and breaking systems down by their own creation. So like pancreatic cancer, it wrecks the rest of the system because you don't need that many, you don't need it to keep pumping out those cells for organs that don't need pancreatic organ cells to build up your liver, your spine, your everything else, and get in the way of functions of other body parts. So it makes sense that if you can find a way to basically do that, which we can, again, you go to something like leeches, something else that already ingests organically things, and already inside of it naturally turns over mutations faster than a normal being enough. I can see where you could get those viruses. And getting into Resident Evil 3, it's just an action version of that. Getting into Resident Evil 4, the Lost Plagas, we know colony type of insects, kind of parasites, basically do respond to something that would control that colony. You can think of bees, you can think of ants. So it's not a big stretch to think of something that would then also infect a human. Resident Evil 5. It's not as much of a stretch as you think. As much as I might not like the game as much as the others, it's not that it's a stretch of anything. And then 6, still the only stretch is Carla in that. Hold on. Epilogue. Their wedding ring and his jacket, which is properly sewn up.
think the little boy will be able to touch the moon?
Nobody can touch the moon. It's too far away.
Wait, what if he has a rocket ship?
Okay, then you can touch it, but it'd be very, very cold.
You were being silly. I don't think the moon.
Whoa, this is rendered way better than the last time I played it. Upgrade graphics card on my side. Yay. In the 4K when I post it to YouTube, you guys will see it too. It's rendering things.
Sorry I missed last week. I have a lot of tests coming up. You know how it is.
I'm only pausing it there. The grave looks fresh. She says, happy birthday. Sorry I missed it last week. I have a lot of tests. You know how it is. She doesn't mean school tests. She means testing on her. They're testing on her. That's why she says,
Talk of the goddamn devil.
talk of the devil. Them testing on her.
He calls. I love you.
Yeah, I found her. Where else? The day of all days. We have a situation. You're needed, Evelyn.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Whoa, it's just a joke, Rose.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
We have a clear shot.
Stand down. I can handle it. She's just a kid.
Way to keep it together, Rose.
You're a lot like him, you know?
I know.
She would absolutely know. Yes, I know there's a figure and they use Ethan's model at the very end and they slow down, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about that anymore. Which technically he could have survived, but someone also said they had a clear shot, so I'm no longer assuming until I play Shadow of Rose who that is. Because it could be your dad, because that's his model. The father's story is now done. So, what I was trying to say is the reason that I can overlook some of the science is basically that they have better character progression in this game. So things that I'm looking forward to in Resident Evil are that while the science is great, they did injustice explaining character progression and actual motives or showing ramifications. And they saved it for things like CGI movies and the novels. And I know a lot of people even commented on the video that I released of the Resident Evil 4 demo of, well, like, did you never play, what is that rail shooter called? Did I never play the rail shooter that I totally have for Wii? Which goes over the idea that Leon was blackmailed, and that's why he's, okay, counterpoint, that rail shooter game is not canon. It is taking events that could never have happened because Leon and Claire were split up. It is putting you in situations that literally never happened in the games. You can't take anything canon from that. The Dark Side Chronicles. But in that actuality, what's happening in Dark Side Chronicles is that they are taking the books. And so they're taking the books and the materials that they said that you could write on the side, and they put it in Dark Side Chronicles. So for me, instead, I'm looking forward to the idea that the games seem to be circling back to something that's I very much like in the games, that I very much enjoy in the games, which is when they actually show the ramifications of like the psychological ramifications of the main characters of what they're going through. And what am I kind of talking about that? So so in like Resident Evil 4, the original one, and something that I'm looking forward to in the remake. The opening cutscene for the demo, and I'm gonna bring it back to this, but I'm gonna dip over there for just a second. In Resident Evil 4, they show in the opening cutscene possibly Krauser staying behind him, but him training with Krauser and always losing to Krauser. And then if you didn't read the books that were commissioned to be written, but were considered for a long time non-canon, they were considered to be outside of canon, but in Darkside Chronicles, even on there, Leon calls Mr. X Trenchy. Where did that nickname come from? From the books that were written. The books that were written outside the games, Leon runs into him and calls him Trenchy. Sherry and Claire run into him and call him Mr. X. And we still call him Mr. X. It came from the books that were written to supplement it and comics and everything. And Darkside Chronicles is a bastardization of all of that because it absolutely just rips it all apart. But however, the movies like Damnation and Degradation, all the other things that Leon is in, those are not actually a bastardization. Those are also commissioned continuations of the Resident Evil story. The CGI movies. You know, the great scene of like Leon realizing that 3 perfected tyrants are coming at him when he's in the middle of another country's revolution and he's out of weapons and he pulls a knife again because he goes down to his trusty knife over and over and over and over. And last second Titan is saved. If you haven't watched the movies, read the books, everything else, there's something even in Resident Evil 4 that you wouldn't know about Leon. That the feeling of betrayal for him is very much crippling. He was betrayed by his girlfriend that broke up with him because he wanted to go serve the RPD that of the city he grew up in after he hears about murders in the Arklay Mountains. He could have stayed with her. She puts an ultimatum after he was wanting to get engaged to her. She breaks up with him for going back to Raccoon City. He goes and stays in a hotel. He gets drunk in the hotel, the start of him being an alcoholic, which that isn't me just saying, oh, this might be canon and might not be. Leon is canonically, and maybe I should say canon and actual, there's another word other than canon, which means the actual told story that Capcom's trying to tell. In the movies, not canonized, but the other C word. Thank you, continuity. In the continuity, the true continuity of how you're trying to tell the story of Leon's characterization, he is a full-blown alcoholic. He is literally a full-blown alcoholic. And so, if you don't go and play, like, if you don't read the books to find out what happens with Krauser, or watch the CGI bastardization of his time with Krauser, if you don't watch the movies to find out about Leon, there is a through line that's lost, that you don't find out that he really is suffering from PTSD. That when in the opening scene of the demo, when they said the training at least took his mind off of it, that he was diving into training and being okay with dying because, yeah, he felt betrayed by the girlfriend that broke up with him just because he wanted to help his home city he grew up in. He gets drunk in a hotel room and accidentally doesn't show up when he's supposed to arrive at the precinct. The book's written by S.T. Perry, correct. Those were considered not canon, but they're being used in every game, starting with RE5 and beyond. And especially for Resident Evil 4, they were used by far. They're used in the trailer for the demo. If you don't consider the S.T. Perry books to be canon, then even the demo for Resident Evil 4 does not hold up. So the books and the movies, and I guess if you want some of the books condensed for you, you can watch the cutscenes in Darkside Chronicles, but they are really a big time bastardization of the books and comics, because S.T. Perry read the books and then there are comics written for the series. You find out Leon has his first tendency with alcohol was that night, and then he overstays at the hotel, speeds away. By the time that Raccoon City is overrun, he can't get in communication with them. He goes past the blockades because there are no blockades. They brought the wooden blockades and all of the basically military vehicles back into the city to try to contain the problem in Raccoon City. And by the time he drives to the gas station, there's nothing to tell him that there's something wrong at the gas station. They've taken down the blockades that would have stopped him from getting that far in. They brought him closer into the city. Things that people that have read the books or watched the movies, read the comics, everything outside of it already knew. And they're finally starting to bring it into this. Now Leon has a whole for his continuity's sake, he feels betrayed by his girlfriend. Then he goes to an RPD and he feels disappointed in himself that he's not worth it. He's not good enough because he's even late for his first day showing up for the thing that he got broken up with his girlfriend over. And then he shows up only to realize that in stopping for gas in plainclothes in the remake and in the original, just by going into the city, on the way there, he gets so far in that he wants to protect Claire. Claire is basically able to fill him in a little bit better on some of the bad things that are happening. He's able to see it with his own eyes, and without being able to get a hold of Raccoon City's precinct over comms of any sort, because they've all gone down, his only choice that he thinks is to go into the city for his own sake, because of course the RPD must still be standing, so he's going to report in and do his best to help the city, while he's going to take Claire, because Claire's brother should also be in the precinct as well. The last time she heard, he's still just at the police station as well. That's where he should be. And so they both get thrown into that. In the middle of that, he starts protecting Ada. And by a lot of director standards, the best scene that they loved in the original Resident Evil was the one that's sometimes considered the non-continuity version of events, is Ada kissing a hurt Leon before leaving Leon behind to help him out from behind the scenes. That doesn't happen in the remakes at all, so we can just start talking about more of like what we see now. But we also have to piece together the continuity of, just like in the original games, it must be Claire that actually reaches the RPD first. Claire, the ladder does not break. Claire, she can get into like the places that she can get into, the places that are open up and not open up, blah blah blah. Like she's able to get in, do all the things she does, just like in the first game where it shows that where she's gone, it's obvious Leon hasn't been there. Leon goes through the same events and things go where he can't go back. If he was there first, there would be no ladder for Claire type deal, blah, blah, blah. And it's the idea of also, well, if it's Claire first, then doesn't Mr. X die? Also, I believe the books cover it. It might be the comics that cover it. That there is more than one Mr. X. And how do we know about that? The original Resident Evil 3. In the final fight in Resident Evil 3, go back and look. There are capsules that you can see in the bad cutscene of Resident Evil 2, the original one, that they're dropped into the city. And the one that lands is the tyrant they fight. But you can go and start counting down the capsules and find out they had like 6, I believe, or so loaded. And they were just dropping them in. And part of it was to fight the RPD. The rest were to fight the mercenaries that Umbrella were sending in on purpose. So when you get into the final fight, you see mercenaries like Carlos is a part of, all wiped out, but you also see the dead tyrants. You see that they were able to take down, including the reason that the final weapon that that Jill uses against the Nemesis, why it needs the batteries pushed back in, it overloaded because one of the mercs in his last dying moments took down the last tyrant that's in the corner that you first enter in on and killed himself in the process by using the BFG that she uses. It's, you find out that yes, there actually is a way for the biggest criticism of how Claire can't be the first one to go through, because that means that Mr. X dies. There is more than one Mr. X dropped off in Raccoon City. There is a possibility, and actually a confirmed thing later on, that there is more than one Mr. X after them. The main one that mutates is the super tyrant that they have to deal with. That is true between all of them. The one they have to deal with at the end is the tyrant that is the final whatever. But that isn't necessarily the one that chases them through. And you see that they don't have enough control in the remakes. They make sure that you see that the chip is implanted on the side of the head. That's why they're wearing the hat, and they're wearing the trench coat to try to make them actually fit in. It's not supposed to be towering. It's supposed to be that he's walking through a crowd. He doesn't stand out as much. I don't think they put enough zombies into Resident Evil 2 remake to actually pull that concept off. The concept was that you would never see Mr. X coming because the other zombies would be about the same height, so you would never kind of distinguish him well enough until you see the crowd parting. But I've never had problems hearing and seeing him coming, and even though I put on a mod that silenced his footsteps, I can see him coming. So I don't think they pulled off that concept as well as they wanted to. But anyway, there's more than one Mr. X. But even the idea of the name Mr. X, the word Trenchy that is used in Dark Side Chronicles, is used in the books, is used in other media. That is now something that Leon is not just canonically saying, but you have to choose what is now continuity.
in continuity, Leon knows Mr. X as Trenchy first. But anyway, he feels betrayed by his girlfriend. He almost kind of feels let down by himself and betrayed by Marvin in a way that he can't save Marvin, and Marvin would rather him go away than get help. He knows what he needs to do, but it's just kind of like he's no help or it's betrayal. Then Ada, he really does believe who Ada is and to help her, and is betrayed by Ada. Even if she helps him, she's manipulating him in Resident Evil 2 and 4. It's only in Resident Evil 6 that she finally puts her ass on the line, and that you see Ada actually does have feelings, that they're birds of a feather. Then Resident Evil 6 is finally that she does not have to jump down and save Leon or do anything, and it gets her hurt over it. And Leon actually realizes there is a mutual feeling between them. It's only at that point that real feelings are coming out. But before that, she is absolutely manipulating the ever-loving fuck out of him. He feels betrayed by Ada, and then Ada dies. And then you have the events in between where he's manipulated by the U.S. government. Sherry's life is on the line, and he has to join. Otherwise, if he doesn't join, they're going to dissect Sherry, which is in the books, but I guess is in Darkside Chronicles cutscenes. And so he feels betrayed by his own government for becoming a part of a special operations unit. But he was already and blah, blah, blah. He's in that. And then he becomes best friends with a guy named Krauser, who takes him under his wing, who teaches him hand-to-hand combat, who basically helps him cope with the idea that he's diving headfirst into all this training and into alcohol on the side to try to get over. And you have to understand that depending on military or spec ops or whatever, alcohol is taboo or not. Usually when you're in lower class, if you're a boot, if you're training, but anything like that, you're not getting a hold of alcohol without serious ramifications. As you get higher up or you get into branches that are more specialized, yeah, you can get away with things like that. So his addiction is adrenaline rushes or trying to forget the past, the PTSD, or drinking. And then he's putting his trust finally in another person, Krauser. And then Krauser, he believes, should be the one that lives, yet Krauser is the one that's considered missing in action in their mission, and he has to feel like he's now useless again. So it's a pattern of betrayal by girlfriend, useless for Marvin, and kind of betrayal. Betrayal by Ada, useless to save Ada and everything like that. Betrayal by U.S. government, useless to save Krauser. What happens immediately in that you find out? It's Ada's back, which is a shock. So there's a lot to process, and then Krauser's there. Betrayal by Krauser. And then it's let down by Ada once again that she doesn't just stay. And then it continues on from there into the movies where he is diving into alcohol. And the first CGI movie that he does not pick up the bottle. And I saw a knife fight in the comment in the chat. Yeah, the knife fight's really important to show something really, really, really important that is expanded upon in the books. He learned his knife fighting skills from Krauser. He learned it from Krauser. And it's a shame that you have to learn some of these things from the epilogue of Resident Evil 3, that some of Leon's story is actually the epilogue. It's not Jill talking, it is Leon, leading into Resident Evil 4. And so for him to have to go up against Krauser, the reason why it's like, oh, they both have a pistol or they both have you would think one of them would pull a gun, but they're actually in such close combat range, it is actually impractical to try to pull a weapon without getting stabbed. He has to fight Krauser with a knife, but as explained by the comics, by the books, and I guess Darkside Chronicles, because it was brought up to me, but that's a complete bastardization of what happened. He has never won a knife fight in training or a fist fight or anything against Krauser before, when they were basically acting like brothers for damn near 4 years before the mission that he almost lost his life and Krauser's mission in action. I believe it's 4 years that they're together. So he finds out Krauser's alive, and he has to now fight Krauser in a way that he's never won before, which is where the bitch in the red dress line comes up, because Ada once again steps in. He's not good enough to defeat Krauser on his own. Ada has to step in. Now he's a disappointment again. Even Resident Evil 4 has ups and downs, and I think it really did need the remake it's going to get of all of them, because of the tone. The tonality shifts so much that it's kind of is bipolar. But it still portrays Leon, and I hope they continue showing character progression. Why do I explain Leon? Because Leon's the best example of showing that, alongside with Ada, The Resident Evil has been able to be science and good character progression of that they grew. To bring the whole franchise back from the grave, they had to go Resident Evil 7, where you had a more silent protagonist, a first-person perspective, back into a house that's not the mansion, but it feels claustrophobic and like horror is around every corner. And instead of giving you shambling zombies, because they've done that 1,000 times, they give you instead the molded. And I think it's brilliantly done by the idea that by giving you something brand fresh, new, that you don't feel like you have to play the other 6 games to be able to play 7, they saved it up. Like, they saved the IP. We get more Resident Evil games. But they did bring back in the DLC, like, Not a Hero and everything. They brought back that umbrella, like Blue Umbrella is there, of the employees of Umbrella that didn't realize what was actually going on. And as penance, they're joining up with the BSAA to try to help take down biohazards and things like that, bioweapons. And so you see a progression of Chris. And Chris is, in this game, the reason I can let go of some of the science and the reason that this whole talk started is that Chris's progression is actually quite similar. That Chris has always thought he's doing the right thing, and then it's betrayal, but his betrayal immediately goes for vengeance. And you'll see it over and over if you actually play the games. And I think the biggest disservice they've done is fragmenting their character progression over so many games and so many different media, like books, comics, and movies, that it's hard for people who like the IP to know what they're actually getting into and what they're playing. So the idea that most people don't even know why Chris and Wesker go at each other's throats, it's Code Veronica. It is, and it's the original Resident Evil 1. Continuity speaking, Jill does do the event she does, but Barry does eventually have to capture her and lock her up, because she does figure out Barry is working for Wesker. Not in the way that Wesker unleashes the tyrants, it's in the way that she just figures it out through the events, and that Barry helps lead her there. Chris is the one that goes through the mansion as you kind of see it for the most part, and then you sprinkle in some of Jill's events, blah, blah, blah. But it is Chris who basically puts Wesker in a corner, who thinks, while human, he's putting his money where his mouth is, and he unleashes a tyrant that he believes actually is following protocol, and instead he gets gutted. Albert Wesker gives up his humanity that day by injecting himself with the prototype of the virus that he was coming up with, concocting on the side, while he had access to Birkin's research of the G virus, his own of the T virus, Marcus's research, Spencer's overarching all of his stuff for his own thing that he was doing on the side, that he was already backstabbing Umbrella. Wesker takes a chance and lives, but loses his humanity. Chris has a whole story of, he thinks he's doing the right thing. He basically gets punished for it. He goes for vengeance. So he tries to help out in the Air Force by basically fixing a helo, doing something, or saving people. I can't remember what he does. He gets kicked out of the Air Force. And he finds this way of like getting back at the people that gave him training by joining up with another group that he feels like will kind of spite them. And then he goes through that same cycle. He trains, he thinks he's doing the right thing, and then he's backstabbed by Wesker. He wants vengeance, he trains, he believes he's doing the right thing, trying to whatever. He goes through the events of Code Veronica, of going after vengeance, going after the European branch, going to find answers, and finding out that they're all in on it. They all knew about it. They knew he was a test subject. They basically, his life was expendable. He's trying to uncover that with Barry's help. And then again, Wesker is there and he wants vengeance. Wesker thinks he would be an easy kill in Code Veronica and is wrong. And it comes off as a stalemate where he swears, they both swear vengeance on each other. But he also has a vendetta. He has to get vengeance upon the idea that Wesker's interference about trying to get the T Veronica virus almost got his sister killed. And so he's sitting there having to take care, and he gets vengeance on the starts with an A family of the two siblings. The last name's A whatever. The third family of the benefactors that start up Umbrella that you never get to see until you see them. But anyway, the T Veronica virus is made, whatever. He has to be the one to burn the bug down. And he goes again off this cycle of just like the Ashford family. Thank you. He goes off this cycle of he finds shit out. He does the best he can. There's betrayal, vengeance, does the best he can. Betrayal, vengeance, does the best he can. Again, it doesn't seem like that pattern actually repeats, but like 2 times until you play once again something most people haven't played. Resident Evil Revelations. where there is an organization before the BSAA, and they do know that bioweapons have become so bad that radical groups they had to blow a city off the face of the earth to try to stop an outbreak. And basically a whole city is sunk and sacrificed for the idea of saving the rest of the world. And because of that, he works for this organization, only to find out in Revelations the organization that he's trying to help is actually the one that is actually helping the terrorist group for their own benefits. And by helping, his direct superior uncover that, and with Jill's help, everyone's helping that game, the BSAA is formed by uncovering that, everything. And that's his vengeance. He's betrayed by that. He seeks vengeance. He's doing the best he can. Now he works for the BSAA. He does the best he can in Africa working with Sheva. He goes through all the motions. And again, it's the idea that no organization by Chris's standards can be trusted. And then he gets into 6. He can't even trust Leon, who he knows is a good person, because why is Leon protecting Ada? But that's not Ada. That's what Clara, or whatever her name is, that was injected with the C virus. I was trying to recreate Ada because the guy is obsessed with Ada, blah, 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 blah. But that's the researcher, not actual Ada. And you can tell by the way that she wears stuff that Ada would never wear. I think her name is Clara. But he feels betrayed even by that, by the idea that he has to leave by Pierce. And again, his own thing of, he tries to do the best he can. He loses his squad because of, again, you could view it as betrayal. He does the best he can. Betrayal, he does the best he can. He goes through fits of anger. He's very volatile. And the idea that, once again, the BSAA is something he helped founded to fight the corrupt version of what the BSAA formerly was. He overthrew that, was one of the founders of the BSAA. Now is trying to help bioterrorism around the world, and now they drop bioterrorist weapons in the BSAA does bioterrorist weapons to fight a bioterrorist threat, and he finds that as being the biggest betrayal, again, vengeance, and he's going after them once again. And it sounds like it's recursing over itself, where it circles back around to the original story, a bioterrorist outbreak caused by people that he thought he could trust. The first time was STARS and the whole umbrella organization. This time is by the BSAA, and both times in Resident Evil 1 and in Resident Evil 8 that we just played, it sends them to Europe, to HQ, to track down and find vengeance that someone has to pay for it. And in the wake of him, while Leon's thing is basically blaming himself and also being betrayed, but he doesn't find vengeance, he finds comfort in trying to do something else and trying to forget that he's a lone wolf that will never depend on anyone else. Chris keeps putting his faith in other people, in Sheva and his team and others. Finally, Chris starts drinking, but he puts on the bottle and directs a team again. Leon has a whole story of he never will trust anyone, and the reason why he and Ada finally spark a relationship in 6, or a more meaningful relationship in 6, is that by 6, she finds a lot of the same traits of herself in Leon, that they both kind of go to the beat of their own drum. Doesn't matter what organization they go for, they will fight for what they want to. She might be hired by the biggest bidder, but by his standards, he has already, by that point, if you don't pay attention, he gave up his U.S. citizenship to be able to help a revolution in another country that almost got him killed. Like, Leon's already had to go through so much. Ada sees that in him and is willing to actually fight for him. So it takes all the way for that point. At this point, now they're finally bringing Chris around to show his characterization. I bring up characterization so much because it's like, if Shadow of Rose does show me that she actually aged, that there is 1.5 decades that passed, Chris is pushing 50 years old before there would be a time skip. So he would be pushing mid-60s if she is truly a teenager. If she's actually 16 and she didn't just grow rapidly, then Chris is kind of getting out of the picture, if I remember all of my ages correctly. That would put Leon at being at the cusp of also pushing the age into the 50s. Ada into the 50s. You're looking at a lot of characters that the only ones that are staying in their, a bit more ambulatory, everything, still in their prime. And with Spec Ops, it can break your body down really fast. You have to think that a lot of loadouts, a lot of a lot of missions by any special operations, they're having to take loadouts with the idea that backup isn't coming, and that even if they have overhead FLIR helping them navigate and things like that, even if they have direction of where they go, they might get stuck in something like Leon is, where in actuality, he'd probably be kitted out with something that could weigh anywhere from 20 to 60 pounds strapped onto him. And so usually bodies break down way earlier than 40, but like Chris is, I guess, steroided up, but he's kept his physical form. But even if he's getting into his 60s, no fucking way. Who's carrying the storyline on is my question for 9, for a lot of remakes. Who are they going to focus on? The reason why I want the characterization to be forefront is because horror doesn't stand up in modern day graphics if you do not put good characterization behind it. It just won't. The closer we get to the idea of this uncanny valley where we look at graphics and we know that graphical fidelity is making it so we don't have to imagine the idea of what if basically we didn't have block-shaped hands and their joints didn't look like they're polygonal. Like we're seeing pores in close-up, we're seeing freckles, we're seeing individual strands of hair. In my 4K rendering of this game, I am seeing individual strands of Leon's hair as he's rendered, as well as in Resident Evil 3 Remake. The new line of graphics, and that's with the 3080 Ti. The 4080 in the living room absolutely does even better. Even on a 2K Mac monitor, I see more than what I can see on this 4K monitor with this one. So, I mean, with graphical fidelity going up and getting closer and closer to things like Uncanny Valley of it's looking too close to human, but you know it's not human, popping up more and more, you got to characterize these guys properly. Otherwise, why the fuck should we be scared? Like, ooga booga booga. Like, how long did Five Nights at Freddy's really keep people scared? To be honest. After you get through some of the jump scares, then it just becomes a challenge of beating a puzzle, of keeping monitors open and beating doors and whatever. But it's just a cheap jump scare at the end of the day. I like Sister Location from Five Nights at Freddy's because it feels more than just a cheap jump scare. It feels like they're actually adding to the lore. I haven't paid more than ever. But really, and I like Five Nights at Freddy's 4 because it really shows actually the traumatization of a certain child. And obviously, he saw some things that happened in Sister Location. So he sees the stomach being split open, and that's why he sees teeth right at the middle, as far as I can piece together. But he still flatlines, and you realize that he's hallucinating a lot of these things. So you even have to have characterization in like those games to get more out of it. Otherwise, it's just jump scares. And literally, Five Nights at Freddy's 3 is a perfect example. There's only one enemy, Springtrap rather. He is the only actual enemy. The rest are hallucinations. So it's just a bunch of jump scares. This would become just a bunch of jump scares if they didn't make you invested in the characters. They made you invest in Ethan, whether you liked it or not, because you invested in yourself. And that is the big advantage of a first-person perspective. You're not investing as much in the character. You're investing in your ability to play as the character as you see the story progress. That's why silent protagonists work very well for first-person games. I know people think that Ethan is a blank slate, but really, it's good story writing to be able to put yourself in those shoes. I can see both sides of the argument. People want a story told to them, so they would like to, even in a first-person game, hear, you know, more of this perspective of the protagonist. They don't want to make it up in their heads. But when you put yourself in a first-person game, the idea is if you back off of the idea of hearing their inner monologue constantly and hearing this whole thing all over the place, if you back off of all of those ideas of you have to just be told over and over what to think, instead, you are Ethan inside the Baker household, and you're thinking, this is fucked up. And you're hearing calls from Zoe, and if you're wearing headphones, you hear the call in just the right ear where Ethan's holding the hand. It's immersion. It helps you believe that, like, this is an oppressive environment that around every corner. That's why I believe third person actually wouldn't work at all for Resident Evil 7 to accomplish the same things. It's so claustrophobic that some of the things that they first introduced for the molded wouldn't work because you could swivel the camera and see around the corner like you would for Resident Evil 4, Gears of War, any other third person game where you'd swivel the camera around to try to peek around the corner so you can get a heads up on the thing that's coming at you. And so it's not just jump scare for the sake of jump scare. It is a jump scare, but then you have an actionable duty right then and there that you can put down the four-legged molded or the two-legged giant gnashing molded or the armored molded, whatever mold is coming at you, it's there. It might be brand new. It might be the first time you run into molded, but then you can actually do something as Ethan. You can actually fight back against the new threat. And so it's not just a jump scare. It's a jump scare, but then it's an actual threat that you have to put down or dodge or get around. It's a constant pressure of, if you don't put it down, is it going to pop back up? If you open the door to run away from Jack Baker, did you just screw yourself over later in the games because now you have Jack Baker on one side of the door and a molded on the other side that's going to come after you? It's a lot of things that really, it gets you basically in an idea of what brought the IP back. Now I played this game in third person for the exact same thing. Does it accomplish the same thing? I can tell you right now, again, I will still bank on the idea that giving you a third person view, if it does not skew the original story and their vision for how it should work, is always a plus for those like Mary who get motion sick over first person games. If she wants to experience it better, she needs to play in something like third person, because even taking off camera sway does not help her motion sickness. All right, so there's a very good reason why third person is a very good idea if it works and doesn't destroy how the story is supposed to be expanded upon. In this, I think it does actually harm Castle Dimitrescu. I think it partially harms some of Beneviento and partially makes some of Beneviento fresh again. And I think overall, in general, it makes some of the action sequences feel more like action than I think they should in a game like this, when you're still trying to keep it more horror centric. And so overall, I see pros and cons, and I'm going to make a video about pros and cons about like playing in first and third. And I see a lot of ways of, if you like playing it more as a, you're the type that would kneecap them and run along and you'd keep going. You want to keep a faster pace. You don't want to strategically think about it as much in the idea of how do I put down everything in my way, and, or, you know, you sneak back in fear. If you want the idea more of like, I'm getting to my next objective as fast as possible, and I don't backtrack for treasure. I don't go and make sure like the whole map is blue. I let some rooms stay red, unlike me. Then like third person actually works in your favor, because you're being able to scope out something. It's still giving you the impression of its dark, deep, dank dungeon of Castle Dimitrescu, but you're able to at least see the immediate threat isn't there, be able to know that you start jogging down the hall, then the threat's there, you're able to engage, back off, make some tactical situations because you have a bigger field of view. It works in its favor, but it's obvious that the game was never made for that in the first place. It was just adapted for that. It's obvious that you're supposed to go around that corner, get so flustered with the idea that they are sitting right there, that you back into a corridor, and where the barrels are, obviously you can kite them around there, but you're supposed to basically back yourself into a corner, if you will. You're supposed to backtrack and not figure out a way to weave around them. You're supposed to figure out how to, you know, get scared and at least force them into an area that you can run past them. And it's obvious in game design that's what they meant to do, because if you do get those original 4 that'll pop up, the one that's crawling, the one that's in the cell, the 2 that are in front of you, if you do drag them back, not even to the fire where I drug them back into my playthrough, if you drag them back and you try to go forward, 2 more pop up. And if you even run past them, there is one hiding behind the pillar of the only light source. And I think that's brilliant, because in a game where you're in a dungeon, a light source feels like safety. It's natural light coming through the castle. And instead of it being a flame or a torch, it's natural light. It's not your flashlights. You feel like safety should be there. And instead they put another threat that you can see in third person. The threat doesn't work as well because you see that there's something standing there and waving back and forth. If you're playing in the first person for the first time, you might back up those 4, dodge those next 2 that would come right at you, and run smack dab into something that's like, bitch, please, you thought you were getting away? And then even if you get past that, there's one at the top of the stairs. So it's just like, you can't, it's oppressive. It's supposed to be claustrophobic again. It's bringing a lot of the vibes of Resident Evil 7. And the original Resident Evil, of just everything just feels like you can't get around it. And I think that's a very good thing. The thing that the third person can detract from, though, is definitely the horror aspect. So in my mind of third person stories and telling a story and knowing that the third person perspective can detract from some of those elements of oppression of the elements around you. How do you add back into that? A lot of ways to add back into that I already saw in the demo. Foliage, not being able to have a clear view of sight. You can have a wide field of view, the widest field of view that you can choose, and you still might have foliage or buildings or something blocking your way. Or you might have intelligent AI that I saw that are being able to predict that you would take that place. Or I was seeing new zombies or new villagers with Las Plagas popping up in the well, and in a more modernized game, they're making it so that it's more obvious that they're infected with something much earlier on in the game, instead of you getting to the lake and then the Las Plagas pops out of the one's random neck, and now you know for sure that it's actually a bug basically controlling them. So they're adding more elements because graphical fidelity goes up, horror goes down type deal if you let third person stay. This game kind of already showed that you lose some of the horror elements. I say Beneviento actually had it up and down. The reason it's different is because instead of field of vision actually being blocked off, it is light. Once again, the light is supposed to be against you in the bottom of Castle Demetresque, but you peeking around the corner can show you barely that they're down there. And you can peek around the barrels too. You can basically hide and play it like you would play any like a Call of Duty, Gears of War, something like that. You can play it like that, which doesn't feel like it fits in. Beneviento, however, they leave you powerless. There is no playing the baby. The baby eats you if you screw up. So you get a fresh experience with third person in that scenario because it is like more like Clock Tower. It is more like games of old, like having to get away from Pyramid Head, where like engaging them does not work. It doesn't work to actually fight back. You don't have agency to fight back. You have to run and survive. And if you have a third person, first person, running to survive doesn't matter. That's where the village actually shined through as a demo. Even if it's done from the beta version of the game, you had to run to survive. There was no such thing as putting down all the villagers. You didn't have the ammo, the resources, or anything. It wasn't like, I'm just going to take out wave after wave, and then I'm just going to, after I kill everyone in sight and there's no one left, the sequence is over. Maybe in normal mode, you can do that. I haven't played it as much as normal. I keep playing it in Mad Chainsaw mode. In the Mad Chainsaw demo, if you want to take down Dr. Salvador, there's no fucking way you can take down all the villagers. You just can't. And most you're getting 2 grenades I've seen at random. Maybe there's another box that does spawn another grenade. So you have 3 of them. But they keep jumping off the edges once you... if you notice what the NPCs are doing, there's more and more piling into the village. There's no way to kill them all. So it does do a few things great. It blocks your field of view. It blocks your sight lines. It puts the objects that you remember from the original village scene from Resident Evil 4. But if you go back and replay the game, my mental image of it betrayed me because you could not sneak past on the right side and go behind that field where in my winning run of killing Dr. Salvador, I actually snuck into a place that was not accessible in the original. A great add-on because it's just something you would stumble across. The well wasn't accessible. All these things, the environment wasn't as destructible. The inside didn't feel as dark. It didn't feel as oppressive. It felt like the place you go and then you have the set piece amount of time before they will climb up the window. But you get the shotgun, you get the grenade, you get the shotgun rounds on the bed, and then you can just push the ladder over, get out the window, blah, 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 keep going on your merry little way. In the demo, it's just like, fuck all that noise. They're coming at you. You better run, bro. And so you have to keep running, and they keep the horror element. Eventually, though, there'll be people who replay any of these games, and in third person, if you keep replaying it in third person, you can remove some of that horror from yourself, because it's not just about knowing that it's going to be there. Without you basically being that person in a first person perspective, without you facing the horror head on, without being able to hide behind the protagonist's glorious hair and looking at their ass as you're panning the camera up or whatever, without being able to hide behind them, basically, you have to confront things head on. So what do you bank on when you're doing a horror game in third person? It's characterization. Because while you're hiding behind Leon, while you're hiding behind Ethan, you got to bank on the idea that you want Ethan to live, because you're very invested in Ethan. You're very invested in Leon. You want Leon to live because of the character he is. You want him to survive it. And so when he gets butchered, it's hurting you to watch it, that you jump back, you leap, you shirk back from the screen because you're invested in the character of Leon. You're invested in the character of Ethan. And that's why I think in this game, it will not translate as well to as many viewers unless they have a certain set of expectations of how they want to play and approach a game like this. That third person works for a subset of people who can get motion sick, who like being able to run past obstacles, who like getting to the next set point in a story piece. If they like those things, third person view might be the thing that lends more to their playing style. But for everybody else, it will detract from that over play after play, because Ethan's character was made to now have more dialogue, but still you're supposed to view the world through a very limited scope from somebody who doesn't have as many voice lines. And in trying to translate that to third person, now you don't have as much investment in Ethan until it gets towards the end, and every time they actually have a set piece where he speaks about his daughter. So you have to... But they did do something really good, as if they're going to use Chris again, as if they're going to do all these other things. And to round it all out of why I say characterization is so important, when we think about the next generation of Resident Evil 9, if there's a time skip of like redoing Code Veronica and then taking characters like Moira from the past, that as Barry's daughter, if we take characters like Claire, who's younger and could still be in action, Ada, who might be in action and might, have something tragic happen to her, or Leon, tragic happen to him because they are a bit younger. Not by many years, but by at least a few. If we have Helena come back, who was the youngest because she's younger than Sherry. If we have Sherry come back, who's their mentor? How much are we invested? How much can they balance the horror? Why I'm saying all of this is because you should recognize that it still is characterizing Chris as the one with a vendetta against anyone who wouldn't do the right thing. Whatever Chris views as the right thing, he will have an immediate vendetta that they have to be taken to justice. That he knows he has a moral compass that is hard to sway. It starts from Resident Evil 1. He tries to help people. He gets kicked out of the Air Force for helping people. So he has a moral compass that says you must do the right thing, period. Leon has a very much the opposite. His moral compass needs to be dictated by the world around him so he can feel more betrayal. And he feels very helpless many times, that no matter how well he's trained, no matter how well he goes about life, that he gets betrayal let down. That he feels useless at the end of the day, that he could have been better and he could have saved more people. Now, Chris feels those same things, but he takes it out on those who should be brought to justice, while Leon is more prone to go off and get drunk or dive into more training. If we're actually characterizing people that well, that even in that last shot of I tried, and Chris is showing real remorse over a character that you're supposed to be playing as, it's showing that Capcom is putting a real mind toward the idea of, we have no reason to invest in Chris anymore. I mean, think about Resident Evil 7. It did wonders for the franchise, but it gave you a character model that most people rejected. They did not like that version of Chris. A skinnier, more realistic version of Chris that looks more akin to Resident Evil 1's Chris grown up. Not the remake, but the director's cut booklet that I have right there of the drawn sketch of how Chris would look. If you actually aged him up, that's what he would look like in Resident Evil 7, Not a Hero. And people didn't like that. They wanted the beefed out Chris. But how do you make the steroid Chris actually look more realistic? You would turn him into what they turned him into this game. He's still, Spec Ops can still be beefed out and strong. They're just not going to be roided out. They're not going to be punching boulders. They're not going to be doing all those things. They're going to still be in a physical limitation of, they're still, with that weight of all that muscle mass and with his kitted out gear of being true special operations units, he is not going to be moving at the speed of light. He's not going to be rushing someone and decking them. He doesn't have a virus inside of him. He is a normal ass human being. He's not like Jill. He's not like Wesker. He is a fucking normal ass human being. And as strong as he is, he's got mags on him. He's got grenades on him. He's got a secondary that's right here. He's got a primary weapon system that he needs to be able to drive. He's got I didn't see a dump pouch, but he's got another. He's got his knife. He's got comms on him and an earpiece. That all weighs on him. And then he's got to be able to be nimble and agile. And you see that instead of him using his strength to punch a boulder in this game, he's using his strength to muscle out of situations Ethan couldn't. And so he's using sheer force of his training with healing items and all these stuff that are in universe, the way that you could heal up a special agent better. But the injector that they use is actually a real life injector we use nowadays. It just has a green herb in it. In our actual real life for gunshot wounds, we have that exact same design. You can fact fucking check me on this one. That design that first looked like an EpiPen and now looks like what that injector that Chris was using, it actually injects these things that are expandable. I forgot what they're made of, but they basically clot gunshot wounds on the spot. That if you're in the field and you would bleed out, you push that thing inside of the wound and you inject it. And because of that, it will expand inside the wound and put pressure against all of the things that something like a gunshot could start making you internally bleed from. And because of that, it can buy you time to get off the field, keep blood pressure up, and be safe. And they modified something that's very real and very much used now in warfare and put it in this game as green herbs. And it feels right. Chris actually feels like a realistic character now. So if Chris dies, and that's what I'm really getting at. If Chris dies after he just said the BSAA has to pay, punches the side of the helo that's coming to my house, that they're getting out of there, that he didn't want Ethan to die, and that he's a mentor to the new generation of whoever will be the protagonist in 9, whatever the iteration of 10 after, whatever. If he becomes somebody that dies, there's now an emotional investment, not only in Chris, because they're showing he is very human, he very much is vindictive, but he definitely wanted to save everyone he could. He went in there with the objective of feeling guilt of, you should have told Ethan. His own crew is dogging him because he made the wrong call. And in the long run, he made the wrong call trying to protect Ethan, and that got Ethan killed. If Ethan had known, he would have put trust in Chris and worked with Chris. Chris viewed him as a liability. Chris did not know that he was basically walking my seat that was just as strong as any one of his operatives. He might have not been as highly trained as one of his operatives, but he is more resilient than any single one of them. He can be gutted, shot, all these things. Basically, it takes ripping out his heart or his brain to stop Ethan. If he had known those things, but he didn't know them, and they wrote that beautifully into the story, that Mia had the information and was withholding it from her own husband, much less withholding it from Chris. Mia is the only one that worked with the connections and would have known to test Ethan for being infected with the Evelyn virus. And being infected with the E strain, she's the only one to know to tell Chris he's special. So when she's on the plane, she's the one to expect that Ethan can't die. That where is Ethan? Ethan wouldn't leave us here. She's looking for Ethan, knowing that, specifically speaking, it's pretty fucking hard to kill Ethan, and she knows it, except for she sees everything blow up. And when she sees it all blow up, it's pretty obvious what happened, that something did happen to Ethan. And so when that happens, you get to see Mia has grown from being a bad guy. And let's not get this wrong, she is working with the antagonist. She is an antagonist of Resident Evil 7. She's helping to transport a bioweapon with the connections. Is it called the Connections, or is that group even named? I get the Connections and the unnamed group from Wesker mixed up sometimes, but I believe that's Connections. She is turning into a Duragonist of sorts of this thing of being like at the last second. Well, she's more like a plot device, not Duragonist. She's a plot device to solidify for Chris he was dead wrong. His team was right. They should have told Ethan, because with this new information that Mia says from the cell at last second of Ethan is special. If Chris had known that, but even if Chris hadn't known that, it solidifies for Chris that Chris got it wrong. And now Chris sees that he got it wrong. He was dealing with Ethan, who was a walking bioweapon of his own, but somebody who had a reason to not be a bad guy as a bioweapon, who started off human and that he had been protecting for a while. He had every reason to actually fill him in now. And he had every reason from the beginning to fill him in, except for he was doing it for his own good, not telling him that, we're murdering your wife, because he knew Miranda was going to make a move any second to steal Rose. And since he knew Miranda would make a move, he made a miscalculation of how resilient the Mutamycete is. The person who would have known was abducted by Miranda. The only other person who would have known didn't know. Mia did not tell Ethan how resilient he actually is. So by all of their intel, a few shots to the head, taking out the brain, should have killed Miranda, and they got it wrong. Chris was wrong. And because of his own getting something wrong and trying to do the best, his best not being good enough, it costing lives, he's angry, and he's saying he's sorry. He wants to make someone pay, and it's almost like the vengeful cycle is broken. Maybe he's more like a Leon. He's going to blame himself. He looks like he's selling into, I tried. And he gives the line of, I tried, I couldn't. He stayed behind to protect us all. And it's almost like immediate survivor's guilt, and then he turns around and he sees that the BSAA sent in bioweapons. There's this revenge cycle going on. Now that we get that more in the games, it's the idea of if Chris dies, and he dies in front of our new protagonist in Resident Evil 9, whatever it's called, whatever Resident Evil 10 is called, whatever those games are called. If Chris dies, if Leon dies, if Ada dies, if they keep up this kind of characterization of showing that they have real emotions, that they're real human beings, that it's not just like a dichotomy of they're the hero or they doubt themselves. They can be the middle guy of being the hero who doubts themselves and makes wrong calls, human error, but at the end of the day still has a goal to do the thing that you expect out of your protagonist of something. And this, by the way, make sure we're defining protagonist as the titular, or sometimes not even titular, but the character that the story main focus is centered around. And a Dorogonist role is that it's not just one person. The protagonist isn't just it. So he's more a Dorogonist of the story. But a protagonist is somebody who the story is centered around, not necessarily the hero. Those are two separate terms. Again, fact check me, because I think it's Britannica that gets that wrong. I fucking hate that. The first definition of a lot of dictionaries say the protagonist is the good guy or the hero. Typically, the protagonist is the good guy or the hero. But by definition, fuck no. The protagonist is the person whose the story is based around and whose involvement basically is the way that you show or tell the story through. So the idea of anyone who's actually the bad guy, or what we call the anti-hero protagonist. The protagonist, but he's an anti-hero. Punisher. Punisher is the protagonist of his stories, but he butchers people over vengeance because the Punisher story, if you haven't checked out the Punisher story, go check it out. He is an anti-hero. He is not the good guy. In fact, he is very much a bad guy in very many times. He's very much a very, very bad guy. But when you're reading a Punisher comic, he is the protagonist of the story. He is the protagonist of the comic. But he's not a good guy. He's an anti-hero, which means that he doesn't fit the mold of a hero. He doesn't fit the mold of the good guy. He is the one the story's being told through, but he's not necessarily by default the good guy. He's just the eyes through which we view the story. And that is the definition of the protagonist. And the antagonist is the one that stands against the one through which we view the story. So if we're viewing the story through somebody new, we need to have an invested reason to view it through them. And if we keep characterizing people very well, and we carry that through in Resident Evil 4 Remake, the way that we carry through Jill's characterization in Resident Evil 3 Remake, even though I think that it does her a little bit of injustice because she's supposed to run scared a little bit more, and she's supposed to build power until Resident Evil 5 finally, she views herself as the weaker of the two partners and is willing to sacrifice herself to jump and tackle Wesker, only to survive and Wesker to abduct her. They make her a little bit too much of a badass in Resident Evil 3 Remake, I think. But if they're going to continue on with that train of thought, she still has doubtful room to grow, and she can still be the one that views herself as inferior to Chris and jumps out the window with Wesker. And that can all still happen. Don't get me wrong. But if they continue on with the characterization of Resident Evil 2, where Leon, you see where he starts, and they continue on. Claire, you see now where she starts, where she is flippantly saying, surviving. And people say, that's unrealistic. Guess the fuck what? No, it's not. When you're in a life and death situation, let me tell you what the most common thing I remember seeing in situations like that was. Disney cartoons being played in the middle of war. That's reality for you. That people that actually are dealing with life and death many times have different ways to cope with that. And in spare time, when you don't have other ways, in that interaction that people criticize in Resident Evil 2 Remake, of like, they're talking through a fence and she's still smiling and joking. She's in shock of the situation. She's surviving. She's got adrenaline going. She's got the wrong affect, of course, for the situation where she is joking and smiling and whatnot. But honestly, it is a survival instinct sometimes to have the wrong affect. She has the wrong affect for the situation, because if she truly gave into fear, she wouldn't fight properly. She wouldn't flee properly. And so it's the idea that people don't understand what those who actually go through horrific scenarios go through. And that's why I say over and over, Claire's line of saying, oh, you know, surviving and trying to joke it off is absolutely right. Get used to get with the program of how human beings actually act. That is correct. Just like our soldiers across the seas have to go into conflicts, kill other people, and then go into a tent to unwind. And after murdering in the name of justice to unwind, they watch a Disney cartoon. You wouldn't think about that, but that's reality. Get with reality. And with reality, that says that stop criticizing things like that. It's good characterization. And because it's good characterization, I think too many people are I'm afraid of the criticism that people will levy at good characterization that might come out of the same affect for someone like Ashley. Ashley is fucking annoying in Resident Evil 4, the original, because of being basically like Navi. She just screams over and over and over and God escort missions. But if she actually is in that kind of situation, she's the president's daughter. She should be prepped for a lot of things like that. However, there's nothing that can prep you for the real deal of being in a situation where you're abducted, your life is on the line, you're having to survive, you have to depend on others, their strength, you can't defend yourself. And in all of that, people might miss that she might pull the same shit that, you know, Claire does, where it might seem out of character that she does things. It might seem out of character that she runs from the person saving her. It might seem out of character, like, you know, in Salazar's Castle when she does that in the original. But like, if she does that again, if she runs and they think, oh, they should have fixed that. That's what's going to piss me off the most if people start doing stuff like that, because those things actually kind of make sense. That somebody doesn't know what to think, what to do, what to say. And so they delve into things that are almost like comfort mentally. Just like soldiers, like Marines, like anyone fighting that have to go through that, can watch a Disney cartoon to try to take their mind off the horrors they just went through. Somebody that's also polarizing, going in another way of not joking around, not watching things to try to cheer them up, not things to take their mind off of it, not a casual conversation in the middle of a horrific situation of saying, oh, you know, just surviving. If they show Ashley as being basically the polar opposite of like a Claire, they might show her as still being in some ways annoying, in some ways basically the foil to Leon doing what he's supposed to, but it would be in character. And if they keep doing characterization correctly, I even think, and bear with me, this might sound really, really out there, that we might see Ashley make a return in the future. That Ashley is one of the people that they could bring back, just as well as Moira or anyone else. That she has actually been in a situation that might make her look up to Leon and people like him to be able to be better, to look out for herself more. And since she knows the politics, the inside, the same reason that Leon's in the inside of everything, since she basically knows the ins and outs and basically wouldn't be able to live a normal life after the events of Resident Evil 4, because of her situation, there's a possibility that Ashley goes from being the helpless damsel in distress to being one of the protagonists. I'm not saying it's happening. I'm just saying it's a possibility, and there's no way to be able to tell because of that. And because of the idea of Ashley even being on the table for a new protagonist in future games. Ashley seeing Leon finally die. That kind of idea. Like Sherry seeing Claire die, if they do it correctly. Like, you see where I'm going with this? Like, the idea of Rose seeing Chris die. These kind of character connections can take you from you not giving a shit about Ashley, that she was just the side character, to now she's being built up, but it's hard to be invested in someone like Ashley because she was just the other part of who you were there to save. And then she gets trained, and now she's being trained, and she's under the watchful eye still of people like Leon and everything. And then she's now witness to maybe just a spitball to Leon's death and trying to save her. And now you were so invested in Leon, who do you pass that lineage on to? You pass it on to the person that he risked his life once to save, and then maybe died trying to save a second time, to try to be with her in the field, to feel like, you know, they're sending her somewhere, and to be her overseer. It's obvious that he has the ear of the president that's killed in Resident Evil 6, so it's obvious that he would have a lost way to be able to throw himself into missions that other people might not be able to get into. Same with Chris. that being one of the founders of the BSAA, he can throw himself into situations that he might not be suited for. And so if Rose becomes a protagonist, Chris might throw himself into the fray, believing he owes it to Mia and Ethan and everyone else that tried to keep Rose alive, only for Rose to sit there powerlessly watching the person that trained her, the person that watched over her, the person that was there when her dad's gone and dead, the person that's there to die in front of her. You would then be so fucking invested in the idea of, I'm not watching my boy Chris die. I'm not watching my boy Leon die. Like, and fuck no, they're gonna die, and I'm not watching Ashley get out of this. I'm not watching, like, Rose get out of this. You see where I'm going? Like, I'm not gonna see Claire die because of Revelations 2, like, and not see Moira get out of this. You know what I mean? So when you do characterization correctly, you can inadvertently, as a storyteller, pass down the reader or the viewer's emotions from the character they are invested in into the successor to that character. And because if you do it correctly like this, and you keep up this kind of good work and quality of endings of stories, even if third person could tone it down a bit, you keep up the idea of there being a possibility of a future where it just works, where you don't have to force it, where you just feel like it just happens. And because it just happens and it just works, it shows that they're thinking about the future of Resident Evil as a franchise, and it gives me hope about future games. Hope that future games will be up to snuff, up to good quality, and that we all get to enjoy it. So I don't know what anyone was expecting after this, because I literally just beat the game and I said I'm playing Resident Evil 8 DLC Shadow of Rose tomorrow. But I specifically didn't say that out loud because, yeah, everyone tunes out as soon as I say it's finished. And I'm passionate about this, so why shouldn't I talk about it? That's all I've got mostly for tonight. Lemmy is not OP. So I'm sorry if I didn't catch what some people were saying, but I'm trying to really point out some things I didn't point out at the end of my playthrough of Resident Evil 8 in the first place. I didn't point it out. I don't think I cohesively pointed it out before about other things. But I'm looking at the future of a franchise here. I'm looking at the idea that we're about to have in a week a new heightened version of Resident Evil 8 or Resident Evil 4. I'm looking at the idea of, we're looking at basically the people that have to pass the torch, the titular characters like Leon, Chris, and I'm bringing up a bunch of male characters, but Jill is in the fray of this too. And I'm looking up at the idea of, how do we even pass the torch on to Jill? You might think it's easy to do it, but no. She's actually infected with the strand of the T virus that makes it so she won't age properly, and that she has superpowers, basically, that are on par with the idea of Wesker's superpower, so it's going to be hard to kind of balance her out of saying that she should be better, more able, more ambulable, more just better be by default than Chris and Leon, and also not age as much, so she better than Ada, better than, like, because of plot armor of sorts, it would be hard to bring someone like Jill to the forefront. But even she could be someone that you bring forward, but it'd be easier to bring forward someone like Sherry. Sherry also has plot armor of being able to heal. But why would Sherry get involved is the question. And that's the kind of things I look forward to. That if they remake Resident Evil Code Veronica, you could get even more highly involved with... I thought those were all paused.
We would like to buy one child, please!
It unpaused itself. Oh my gosh. Let me is the hero, Ethan is the protagonist. Shut up, sarcasm! You shut your mouth. Those actually became unpaused on their own. Thank you so much. Anyone else that I don't know how that happened. But yes, that's the basis of how I'm kind of thinking about everything. That I don't see as well how Jill would do it, but I do see like Sherry having to watch Claire die. Even think of what happened in Resident Evil 6. Sherry had a piece of plane wreckage in her side, and she's able to heal like Wolverine telling Jake to pull it out of her. Well, let's put another tragedy on the plate. Claire and Sherry Sherry decides to train and become something. She's already involved in stuff. She's already had to, survive alongside Jake. She's now with Claire again. They're in a situation where they both get shot, hurt, whatever. Sherry lives because of the G virus, but she has to watch Claire die. It's that kind of thing of all of a sudden that if they in the remake, they did Claire justice. And if people don't realize they did Claire justice, please realize they did Claire justice with the wrong affect of what she's saying, looking like. If they do Claire justice in like a Code Veronica remake, if they do Claire justice in the future, anytime she's mentioned, then Sherry's on the table. We got Sherry, we got Ashley, we got every person that's younger to take up the torch. As long as we do characterization correctly, as long as we remember that Resident Evil is a survival horror franchise, as long as we balance those two things out, I see great things for the franchise. So those are my generalized thoughts so far going before we ever see Resident Evil 4 remake, that I hope Capcom really like knows that this is the right move, that these little tiny things that you take for granted, that they know that this is correct move. Thank you, Paralyzed Power. I appreciate that. I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishness. 5 in the fishness. Can I get a 5 in the fishness? Can I get a 5 in the
Paralyzed
Power. Everyone
Words
hashtags.
I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
I'm the one that tells them to hashtag to give props, because I say that people should give props for helping support my career, because without you guys' support, without you and anyone else that supports it, I don't have a career anymore. So that might just be a $10 thing to you, but that's, for me, part of my living wage, and I really do appreciate that. As far as the third person, yeah, I don't discourage anyone from playing this in third person, and I will absolutely say that if you want to try out the third person version of this, thank you, Chris. The DLC for Resident Evil 8, I have not played Shadow of Rose. We're gonna do that tomorrow. But the third person mode comes with Shadow of Rose. So if you just buy the expansion, like the DLC that gives you Shadow of Rose, you also get third person Resident Evil 8. It's all together. So get Shadow of Rose. You can try the game out in the thing. And Chris
I
G,
usually
thank
am
you.
much
I
smarter than
appreciate
the things
that.
that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
How well would you say Capcom wrote Mia as a character? Personally, I didn't like Mia that much.
That's a good question. That is actually a good question. I'll try to make that really brief since I've already gone on my tangent. And my voice is getting a little tired, so excuse me as I move the microphone down. Mia is a very hard character to write. So let me get that clear. Let me say as and I don't want to make it sound like I'm being pretentious, but I'm going to come about this as from a professional writer standpoint. Now you'd say, where's my professional writing? Most of it's buried in my research papers, but honestly, most of it's actually buried under my brother's work with the scripts he wrote and the things I helped with. And so I got to see the professional paid side of writing and got to experience it through my brother and got to write my own things on my own time that aren't just research papers. And so I got to see the ins and outs of what do and don't work, and went on long tangents. My brother was the English major. He wanted to write. He wrote books. John Green, who did The Fault in Our Stars, people have heard of that, was one of my brother's good friends and wants to actually finish and publish one of my brother's books. As long as I finish writing the bulk of it, John Green will go ahead and do it for me. So if John Green ever watches my streams, I don't mean to put pressure on you to keep a promise, but that was the last conversation I had with even him. The thing is that I'll say from a at least semi-professional standpoint of writing a character like Mia is an antagonist to the story, because the story, while it shows her perspective, she is a catalyst for the events that the protagonist, Ethan, must fight against. Even though she is the white, in this game, she is not. But she is an antagonist to the protagonist by default of being part of the reason that the events can take place. 37, I'm glad I can help with your Friday evening. Hey there, Kokoki, what's going on? So in saying that, she can't come off as the antagonist because she's the damsel in distress as well. She is also, by default, the catalyst for which the protagonist starts his journey. So you would say that the main antagonist of the story is going to be Evelyn, correct? For Resident Evil 7. But Evelyn doesn't come to become the main antagonist without Mia helping to transport the organization that stands in opposition to those that have been former protagonists of Resident Evil stories, like Chris himself. And from our narration standpoint of Ethan going to find his wife and having to live through those horrors, he doesn't have to live through them if it wasn't for Mia. So by definition, she is one of the antagonists of the story. Making her a damsel in distress and an antagonist, and in this by proxy, actually the default one of the bad guys, as opposed to the good guys who are trying to go for a noble cause. She is actively going for a bad cause for her own reasons that are not yet explained, which I think is part of the point that you're trying to make. She's not written as well. She has a very weird dichotomy that you have to balance out. The idea that you need to save her, but the idea that the more you find out about her, the more you think she deserves to not be saved. And so I think a character like Mia isn't easily fleshed out when you first introduce them. But we even are up on a splash screen that says the father's story is now done. It does not say the daughter's story is finished. And so Mia's story, I don't believe, is over. But her introduction, I do believe that if you overwrote her as being like forcing sympathy onto a character, like you're forced to be sympathetic, by the time you're actually fighting through the boat and you get all of her flashbacks that she basically helped cause this, you can't force, especially in a game that's first person, that you're supposed to be living vicariously through the person that you're playing as the protagonist, especially in a game that's first person, that you're in Mia's shoes and then you're right out of it and that you see Mia as a person in front of you again. You would be overwriting the character into a point that you'd write yourself into a hole of either people agree with you and sympathize with the idea that she needs to be saved and, oh God, but she's also a bad guy, I'm torn. Or you'd overwrite it into a point where it would be polarizing. You would either love her or hate her. And I think because of trying to walk that fine line, they took the safe route. That since they're revitalizing an IP with Resident Evil 7, when they introduce her and write her character arc, it's not good to polarize your audience. It's really, really bad. That if you write a good story, you actually should have a polarized audience. It's actually the idea of, it's another thematic idea of something like Chekhov's gun, where the idea of if you introduce an element in Act 1 by the ending act, it better have been used. If there's a Chekhov's gun is the idea if you have a scene up on a stage and that scene actually shows a gun hanging on the wall and there are 3 acts to your play, by Act 3 the gun better be shot, otherwise why was the gun on the wall? That's either you have the gun on the wall to be used or you don't include it in the story, it detracts. That in good writing, do not add frivolous things that detract from the story. And that's the idea of Chekhov's gun. You don't introduce frivolous information to force people into believing something will or will not happen, but also you don't introduce information to force people's emotions. Because along those same lines, in trying to write her like that, in a good story, as well as a concept of Chekhov's guns, you also have a concept of a story should be polarizing. By the end of the tale, you should feel like either you loved it or hated it. And I know that sounds really bad, but honestly, until the age of the internet, basically, the idea of a good story was either you love it or you hate it. You vouch for it and you fight for it, or you just don't like it at all because it doesn't resonate with you. And if you find yourself in the meddling mediocre ground, you didn't find a good crowd for it. You're just another one of the multitude. You're no better than the rest of the grayscale. At the end of the day, a good story should actually be black or white when you go to judge it. And that's why I actually hate reviews, and what I was talking about earlier, and I don't want to bring that back up. But in light of that, this is one time where you find that is a story writing rule that needs to be broken. And that rule being broken is for the sake of, if you know that there will be a sequel, that this is not the end of the story, and that you are trying to make people invested, you don't want to yet polarize people into having to make a downright decision that either says they are invested or they're not. You don't want to have them make that choice yet. You want them to have a taste of it. And I talked about that yesterday, of having a taste of things and you want to come back for more, as a very long rant at the end of the stream. But you want them to have a taste. And giving them a taste of Ethan, a taste of me, a taste of the horrors. You want to come back to Resident Evil 8. You want to come back to the remakes. You want to come back to Resident Evil 4 remake. You want to come back to all of those things by giving a taste. But if you were to give Mia as everything she is, which is a downright antagonist to your protagonist, but they're married, this isn't Mr. and Mrs. Smith. This is survival horror. Yeah, you overcharacterize her, and it's kind of like you love her or hate her already. Now she's in Resident Evil 8. It's at that point of people are like, yeah, Mia's back, because you gave them so much information. Or it's like, what the fuck is Mia doing here? You know you can't trust that bitch. And then she gets shot in the face and you're like, yeah, she deserved it. And then Ethan goes wandering off being like, where's Rose? And you killed Mia. And it's like, Ethan, if you really overwrote it, that's what would happen by Resident Evil 8. You'd get a lot of people doing that, where it would be like, either she deserved it, so they don't care that the twist is that she was Miranda. It's like, oh yeah, finally she gets what she deserves. Which takes away from the protagonist's journey of saving his family, not just his daughter. He's saving his family because Rose is the only family he has left. And only later does he realize that, from Chris's intervention, that Mia is still alive. So he has even more to fight for. That doesn't mean anything to him if he's just like, oh, that bitch of my wife that hurt me. You know what? So it is kind of the idea of, yeah, I can see why you would say how Capcom wrote her as a character. You don't like Mia that much. She isn't someone to like or dislike that much at all. She wasn't written for that. She was written as a plot device. And her true characterization, if you were to flesh her out, is that she's a straight up antagonist. And she is a very polarizing antagonist, where she went behind her husband's back, lied about her job and her career to go help out an organization that has been soundly shown to be hurting civilians, hurting people just as bad as Umbrella ever was. And she is in the thick of it, not telling her husband and lying to him. It's just as bad as basically bringing her up and saying, oh, one of her things is that, by the way, she was sleeping with Alan while they were transporting her. Like, it's kind of like throwing more elements in there that's just going to be like, oh, no, she's a bad guy. She's a cheater. What else is she? Is she only transporting Evelyn because she murdered enough babies this one survived and she was like, oh, she's made of a fungus? Like, there's only so much you can write for her before you're overwriting the character. You're over characterizing her, and you don't let the idea of the first person perspective take over and let you as the player kind of decide how you think of Mia. And then because of that, if you were to overwrite her, you could never include her again, because she would never be relevant enough to be invested in anything. Ethan, by not overwriting her, it's more believable that Ethan could just want to live a normal life with her. No matter what Ethan learns about her, it becomes much more believable because your imagination has to fill in the gaps. Your imagination has to come up with the idea that she was faithful. She told a white lie. She might not be as bad because she acts like a good person. She feels like she's doing the right thing. she's trying to she has her own struggle in Resident Evil 7 that you play through her shoes. You can make up your imagination go wild with it. And so when it comes to the beginning of Resident Evil 8 and she has a personality shift, you can even go along with the idea that that's just her personality now because they didn't overcharacterize her. If they had overcharacterized her, you might have guessed have been like, that's not Mia. You could have immediately said, that's not Mia. I immediately actually did say I don't feel like that was actually, I think I said in my original playthrough, I don't watch my own playthroughs back really often, but I do believe I said in my original playthrough somewhere that I did not believe that was Mia before it was revealed that was not Mia. And I played it on day one, so it's not like I could go and cheat and find that out. I just actually paid attention that her character would not actually, talking about local cuisines, they moved, they did all these things. She was part of an organization, but now she's reading a story like this. She snaps. When she snapped, oh yeah, I did say it. When she snapped in the opening cutscene about I didn't forget anything, or that my memory's just fine. Of the opening of Resident Evil 8, they're having dinner. Ethan puts baby to bed, Rose to bed. Or maybe Rose isn't in bed. I can't remember. But in the opening cutscenes, she says, you know how your memory's doing, and she snaps at her. I said in my initial playthrough, the game had been released for an hour and a half, I think, when I played it. I played it, and my initial reaction was just like that. It didn't feel, that was the only clue in my head that wasn't Mia. I didn't know for sure that wasn't Mia, and I actually thought it kind of was Mia, and something was very wrong. I thought it was her kind of having Evelyn still stuck in her head, and she would snap, and it was her possibly being cured. But in retrospect, it was she's using her memory being bad as an excuse because it's Miranda, and Miranda's trying to fake being Mia. But I did catch on the fact that she snapped at Ethan. But again, if I change it back to the idea that we overwrote a character like Mia in the first place, if she snaps at Ethan, it's just like, wow, that bitch. Because that's what half the fan base would do. They would have already declared her the bad guy. And so her snapping is just like, bitch, move. And then she gets shot, and it's like, fuck yeah, I don't want to listen to her. And then you find out it's not actually her, and it's like, what the fuck? Or you get the other side of it of just like, oh, she got in, they write her in a way, and you're just like, damn, I can't believe, like, to try to be the best wife she can be, she does all these things, and she still fails because she creates this idea of a family for Evelyn on accident. Now her husband, she's dragged into it, and she's trying to do everything right. And what? Oh, she doesn't get enough screen time. Where is she? She got killed at the beginning. No, you can't kill my character. That, where's the redemption arc? She never had a chance. You gave her so much potential, and then you find out at the end she's been locked up, and you're like, where'd she go? Like, why now? She's just here for a plot device. Like, no way that you cut it. You questioned why she knew the local food. Yeah, there you go. Yay. So I did do a thing. I thought I questioned her snapping or something about the food. So no matter what, I tried to make that short, but no matter how, 16 minutes for me is pretty short to try to describe how writing works and how it can be actually the exact opposite of what you'd want. And I think in 16 minutes, that's the best I can do of saying that's about the best they could do with Mia. That from here on out, they have more leeway for being able to characterize her more. But before that, no. That's about that. I mean, what you gonna do? There's only... It sucks, but what you gonna do? It's just by proxy of you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. But the story wasn't about Mia. She's just a catalyst. So it's safer to not polarize the fan base yet. Now, I could see definitely in Resident Evil 9 her being a more polarizing character. That the more you write about her... Thank you, Paralyzed Power, one more time. Pretend I am funny. Just things will get better. Life starts to stick around and things will get better. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It hasn't popped up on my side. I see it in the chat log, though. Because I don't have things paused anymore. But... Oh, wait. Chin up. Wait, pretend I am funny. Is somebody in the chat? Thanks to me. Things were better. Life's hard to stick around. Things were better. You're saying that to them. Oh, okay. I have not been paying attention enough to chat if something's happened, but I'm tired. I'm very, very tired. So I don't know what is going on, but pretend I'm funny. I hope things get better. I missed the context of that because I took my sleeping medicine before I started the stream. I thought I actually was not going to stream. I thought I wasn't well enough to start the stream. So I should probably get to bed. Had a bad day. I hope it gets better. As long as it's daylight for you, or if you're a night owl. Am I the only one torn on Ethan Winter? This is the last one I'm gonna actually. You lost your job. Oh, that fucking sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope the future gets a bit better. There are more jobs. I don't know what your career is, but there's more. I really hope it does get better. Eloc, I know you didn't donate or anything, but it's the last thing I'll say something to because I'm dog tired. But I feel bad not actually answering you guys or like talking to you guys if you're still sticking around. Wake up, lost. I mean, there's only so awake I can be. I have things in my system because I'm an insomniac that I took before I started the stream that said my body has said I'm probably scientifically in stage 1 sleep right now. So I'm doing the best I can. It's weird to think, but it's very, very likely that I'm currently in stage 1 sleep. Am I the only one and that is torn on Ethan Winters' voice acting? Sometimes it sounds good and other times it sounds cheesy and bad. I'm trying to think. I'm staring at that same comment over and over and over. Give me an example, Eloc. What, like, not of good. Give me an example of bad. Majida, if you feel the same way, give me an example of like bad. Give me a sequence that you feel like is bad, so I can know where you're coming from. Because I don't feel that way. I feel like Ethan Winters' voice actor sounds like it's filled with determination. Like it sounds correct for somebody who has an ignorant sense of vim and vigor that pushes them. It sounds like a protective dad to me. It sounds like somebody who thinks that they're capable and feels like they can survive against all odds, but you know it's about as much courage as liquid courage. It's not real, and so it's somebody who can punch lines, voice act, and then fall flat on their face. So it feels, I feel like the line delivery whenever he finds out Rose is in a bottle is kind of hit or miss. Okay, are you talking about like when he finds out like from the Duke, like when he drops the bottle that is his daughter in the bottle? Are you talking about that? Hey Pantheon. You're watching my second Elden Ring video? I need to go back to Elden Ring. I need to go back to Demon Souls and do it. Oh, okay. So let's just hit that and then go from there. Let me paint you a better picture of a voice actor and a dad that finds something out. You go through a place that you're not used to. You just watched your wife get shot by somebody who helped train you and was protecting you. You're being transported and you're knocked out against your will and put in a vehicle. You wake up in a snowy field. And I'm saying the game, but listen to my narration. Don't think of the game now. You wake up in a snowy field realizing that the transport truck that you were in was tipped over. It's almost like the conditions of like Silent Hill, where you don't know the city you're in, you don't know the circumstances, and there's scary things in the fog, in the snow, in the mist. And as you walk, you see signs of things getting worse and worse. Crows hanging in the trees, dead as sacrifices, some still alive, so the sacrifices must be recent. Until you realize they're not sacrifices at all because there's something moving in the bushes. That must actually be bait to try to keep something at bay, something you can't see. You wander in only to find out that there is a survivor who tries to warn you that there's a danger out there, that yes, you might be on the right trail, and yes, you might be on the trail that your daughter came on, but that doesn't matter because you're not going to survive. Here, take this handgun. But then that person that just tried to warn you that you're trying to get information from is killed right in front of you as you get dragged and collapsed into the floorboards. Your only piece of information died in front of you, and the only lead you had on your daughter after you watched your wife die is gone. And as you turn on a flashlight, it's floorboards with dead bodies. And the second you can try to take in that you're just seeing a bunch of dead bodies in front of you, something jumps from all those dead bodies in the shadows and starts attacking you, biting off part of your hand. After fending off against that and more of those, you stumble blindly into this new area, in this place where things feel closed off, where you hear a radio signal to go and get help. And where you go to get help, you feel like you're getting partial information of a village under attack. They don't know what the threat is. They don't know. Your daughter could be there, but they don't care because so many of them are dead. And so why your daughter probably is dead, and there's a drunkard sitting there saying that everyone might as well be dead right now because we're all going to die. And then they do immediately die because one of the people that were being looked after turns into this monster right in front of you, killing the person that let you into the safety of their house and helping the destruction of everyone but their own daughter, who you helped try to save, but they died to the fire because they want to be with their father and they reach back for their father. And you see the lament of a character, of a person, of you playing as them, of wondering, of survivor's guilt. Why only me? Why do I only survive? And he's not only just talking about that family or that house or the events before, but now he survived his wife. And now he's got to assume that if his daughter's really in this village, he's now survived he's the last standing member of his family. He lost his wife. Now he's probably lost his daughter. There's no way she could be alive except for he hears this old hag, though he remembers the words of this old hag that yes, Rose is in this village, but she's also saying death had visited them all. This is a conflicting message. You go across this moat into this old time castle to be chased down by these women that string you up and talk about all of a sudden drinking your blood, and also confirm they know who you are, they know you're special, and they know your daughter's special. And it is just kind of whiplash. Now you need to write for this character of escaping to try to find your daughter because they obviously know who you are, almost like your celebrity status in this village. Now, the villagers didn't find you celebrity status, but the people who are killing the villagers are finding you as celebrity status. And they somehow know something that you feel they shouldn't know. They know who you are already, so that's a surprise, but they know your daughter's alive? How would they know that? How would they know? What do they know you don't? How do they even know you have a daughter? And so you go through the horrors of surviving that. I'm saying it as you play through the game, but you go through the aches of getting through all three of these vindictive sisters that want to basically drain you of your blood after wading through waist-deep blood, going through all these things that a normal human being would not know how to comprehend, especially when they're in shock of their family is dead and everyone is dead and they always seem to be the only person that lives. And then finally, when they feel like they have gotten out of a dire situation, it is the last straw for them of, I'm finally out, but also realizing these people had information and they're dead. They can't give you any more information. The only information you've got is that you've got a jar. And this jar will help you lead you to your daughter. And so you grab this jar, and this guy that's helped you out before you even went into your conflict, your turmoil, goes, yeah, your little Rose. Yeah, I know about her too. Which more heightens the idea of, oh, my daughter's alive. Okay. Not all is lost. Not everything. Everyone dies. I'm always the one that survives. But you just said, my daughter's alive. Where is she? And he goes, look down. You didn't look at the jar really carefully, did you? You should recheck that. Now, with that as a context of kind of trying to summarize the story and stating it, and that is what you're plunged into. Now think of looking down at that jar. What reaction are you supposed to have? What reaction are you supposed to have when immediately everyone is acting like your daughter's alive? Everyone's acting like your daughter's special. Everyone's acting like everything is good and great. Everyone's acting like this is fixable. Everyone acts like you're some kind of celebrity. Everyone knows your name that are the bad guys, but Duke doesn't seem to be a bad guy. And then he tells you to look down, and it's not your daughter, it's a piece of your daughter. They're all acting like she's alive, but it's a piece of your daughter. He literally, after that, says, how do you basically fix this? His next voice lines are, how do you fix this? But how do you voice shock and awe like that? This is where I would say, if this was an anime, I would actually agree with you. If this were an anime, some lines need to be dramatic, way overly dramatic, to be able to punch home the point of that you can't, you have to relate to the character by more voice and less visual, because no matter how you draw them, there's going to be a separation of, they're a drawing, but we're getting into more hyper realistic graphics day by day by day. So you're looking at very well rendered person, hands, they drop the jar. It's the idea of, you have to go by what's the real reaction? What's the real, once again, a real delivery for that line? I think if it's in the vein of, once again, something animated, something almost cartoonish, the idea that it has to be over exaggerated voice lines. But for somebody who literally thinks his daughter is dead, then alive, then dead again because he's got a piece of her, he's already in shock from seeing his wife shot. This is all happening within, 6 hours, I believe? It goes from sundown to the sun is rising. And it was while the sun was going, it's evening while they're eating dinner, and all the events happen until, it all happens, I believe, in one day. So it goes from sunset to evening to, no, it's daylight. So it's the events of 1.5 days. He basically wakes up into a horror-filled show of, my wife is dead, my daughter's dead, everyone that is in this village is dead, I'm in somewhere I don't know how to escape from it, why am I the only one that always survives, why always me, survivor's guilt, wait, they all know my name, I escaped from them a bit, but they say my daughter's special and she's alive, we need your daughter, everyone's acting like my daughter's alive, I have this jar, it proves my daughter's alive, the Duke says my daughter's alive, the Duke says look down a little closer, you have your daughter in your hands, and then it's that. There's a lot of different emotions you can put behind that, but I don't think the voice actor does any disservice. I think that's very realistic. I think that's very much like grounding, because Ethan's MO is anger, if you haven't noticed. For the idea of, let's not say anger. That's more, anger, vindictiveness is more Chris. More like, Ethan's MO is frustration from ignorance. Makes it so that there can be a few lines that just sound out of place, but they're well done, I think. This is impossible, this just can't be. But doesn't he stutter over those words? I might be remembering it wrong, but doesn't he literally have a stutter while he's saying those lines? You can feel like the script is bad for that, but words like that, for YouTube, I hate to say it, but I've many times learned over the 7 years I've been doing this, 7.5 years, going on 7.5 years, that I have to tone down my SAT words. That's what I call them. I have to bring down the number of words I use, how big my lexicon is. I bring it down because I find people, like when I started live streaming, especially not in static videos, when people have a chance to like check a dictionary in older videos, and you can go see That's true. In older videos, I'm throwing out a few terms that I never explain, and they feel like bigger words to some people, and they've commented on that. But when I started doing live streaming, I found out that it's very much interactive. It's an interactive experience, and so I can have anyone from age 17 to 70 type deal, and somebody who just doesn't have enough under their belt, they haven't heard me use a term before, they've never heard it in their life, it's not part of their normal everyday to day like speaking vocabulary, whatever, that I have to go back. Why do I say something like that? Because then you have to start realizing that even me speaking to you guys, I actually have to speak differently than I would in one-on-one in conversations with other people. And even when I'm bad with terminology, I will still use the proper terminology if I remember it. But when I'm explaining a concept on a stream like this, I will break down the concept because I have to assume somebody here doesn't know the term. However, if you were going to ask me something like to think of my gut reaction to what I've said in the past, of things that I have literally thought, and remember, Ethan is staring at a piece of his daughter, and everyone's been acting like she's alive. He now finally has had hope that everyone is telling the truth, that maybe it was just a bluff from Dimitrescu that he'll never get his daughter back, because everyone's acting like Rose is very much alive. So how can someone alive have a body part like a head or a torso or something in a jar like they're pickled? A word for that would be impossible. And I have heard many times people in shock saying this. I've heard people after a car wreck saying this can't be real. I've heard many times, more than you think, of people saying this can't be real. Just a very much a sullen anything. Now I said his mood, his default mood usually is frustration, and it's because out of ignorance, he didn't know his wife was behind any of it. Out of ignorance, he didn't know his daughter was special. Out of ignorance, he didn't know Chris was going to do anything. Out of ignorance, he didn't know. Basically, his ignorance to the situation. And ignorance isn't a derogatory term by default. Ignorance just means the lack of knowledge. His ignorance has led to the idea that he was out of the loop, therefore he couldn't act properly. And the only time he acted with what information he had started the events of Resident Evil 7. His ignorance has led him into danger. Now that he thought he had knowledge, it was ripped right away with being told his daughter's dead. A line like this can't be. This just can't be. Yeah, 100%. I think the line you might be stuck up on is this is impossible. I think this just can't be is actually 100% anybody. I've heard it dozens of times. And by dozens, I wish I couldn't say dozens of times. But I've literally heard it in different languages, translated by translators or by my broken being able to try to understand what they're saying. And the best translation being, this isn't it. And it's a weird way to say this isn't it. This isn't real. But to translate and realize it, that they're saying the words, this isn't it. It's almost universal that people do say in True Crises, whatever this thing that they couldn't fathom in their wildest dreams, that they never prepared themselves for, that life happens to them, and this just can't be how it is. It's something that we'd say off the cuff, putting in it something dramatic. I'll break it down to two things. I think you're getting hung up on the word impossible and his tone when he says it. Because I just said it out loud, and I thought, no, I've heard it most in car wrecks and in tragedies when people are saying it can't, like people in shock over what happened and saying this can't be, it's fine, this can't be. I even think of that line. This just can't be. They should have put the woman that was in a car wreck with her husband, that husband that died. She absolutely did say this just can't be. They should have put a light there a long time ago. The light should have been there. So, but I heard it in a sad, sullen, shocked tone. Her reaction to trauma was immediate sadness. Ethan's reaction to any trauma that is something that is out of ignorance, that he's confronted with information he didn't know before, is not out of character. He always acts in frustration. He lashes out immediately. Like, he immediately wants to lash out every single time. I think it's the idea of lashing out and putting the words that are more sullen, that you would think of more of a sullen line of a downcast, this just can't be, where it's like all is lost, this just can't be. But it's said with more like an indignation of you're lying, is a more rare line to hear said in that way instead of a more sullen way. But this is impossible is usually exclaimed like an anime, or is usually said in like a shock, a surprise. But in more his tone that you're talking about, in the shock and the frustration, is very much Ethan. So I think it's actually done well. I think it's just, I think we're thinking of a generalized version of this is how I would voice act Ethan type deal. But they very much kept Ethan true to himself through Resident Evil 7 and 8. And he's had very predictable ways that he's going to enunciate and he's going to express his feelings. And it has always come from a viewpoint of he has limited information. Zoe wasn't telling him enough. She wasn't telling him how to make something that could fix things. He didn't know what was happening at the Baker estate. He didn't know why his wife was there. He didn't know what the molded were. He didn't know what Evelyn, who she was, why she was doing things. He didn't know, and the more he didn't know, the more it frustrated him. Lucas seemed to know, and he played mind games with him. And you learn how to do it because you have to realize, for continuity's sake, Ethan must have watched the VHS of Clancy dying to Lucas's mind games for Ethan to live through Lucas's mind games. So Ethan has just always had this thing. Like, Dimitrescu slams him through the floorboards, and he's saying, just you try. But it's out of ignorance that he feels like he can actually do something to her. Because what has she been so far? Brute strength and taller? Why should he fear that? He got training from Chris. He has a weapon on his side. Why should he fear Dimitrescu at that moment? Her brute strength? He's been up against stronger and harder. He got the shit beaten out of him by a mutated Jack Baker that was the size of a building and was throwing him around like a rag doll. You think Dimitrescu actually is the real thing scaring him? I mean, it's not to say that somebody that's been through a traumatic situation knows how to handle it perfectly the second time, but his reaction, even being slammed through the floorboards by Dimitrescu, is like, do your worst, is literally him almost like saying, like, what the fuck do you got on me? Like, you think you got something on me, but it's almost like he's saying, like, I'm the one that knows something now. You don't know me. You might know my name. You might know my history. You don't know what I'm capable of. That's that kind of line. Like, do your worst. What you got on me? I've lived through more than just some big brute than you. And then she slices off his hand. Like, it was, again, ignorance that led him to have false bravado to be able to deliver a line to say, do your worst, only for him to scream in terror that his hand is now cut off because he didn't realize she's fucking Wolverine over there. So, like, she is like a Lady Deathstrike coming out of nowhere, cutting a hand off. He had no idea. He just thought it was a big woman that was just seemed like she was talking a big game, but like, it's Ethan fucking Winters. He's trained by Chris Redfield. He's had time to actually process. He's lived through worse. It's just a big girl saying some bullshit. Overpowered him once, but if they're gonna face off face to face, let's just go at it. Oh fuck, where's my hand? So I think a lot of the lines for him have to be put in like perspective of like the character. Do they stay true to it? What happens? How do you deliver the line? And he delivers very few lines out of sadness or downcast, like you would expect a line like that. And the only times he says those lines like that is when he actually faces death right in the face. And I think the degree of separation in there is the idea that he's saying his daughter's in a jar, but he can't see through the jar. He just sees the label. So I think at the end of the day, you got to put all the pieces together and realize that when he's saying it's impossible, the Duke could be lying, because who's to say that that is his daughter inside of it? It is, again, out of ignorance, he's lashing out, and out of frustration, he's lashing out against somebody who obviously could be lying, because there's no proof that that label means his daughter's in that jar, and everyone was acting like his daughter's alive. So that's why the Duke basically sends him on a quest to prove that he's telling the truth. And the Duke has to send him to the house with the red chimney and be like, what is this fetch quest for? And the Duke finally fills him in when he feels Ethan is more receptive, because obviously Ethan thinks he's fucking lying. So if we put in that last piece of the puzzle of Ethan's fucking lying, or the Duke is fucking lying, and Ethan is calling him on his fucking bluff, that this label doesn't mean a piece of my daughter's in this jar, and we put all of that together, yeah, you're not going to deliver the line of the same way as when he just saw everyone die at Louisa's house. You're not going to give the line of him like he just saw his wife get shot. You're not going to give that line. You're going to give the line of stop fucking pulling my strings. Like, this, like, it's going to be like, you just said my daughter's dead, but like, there'll be a conflict, basically. It's his frustration and it's shock of it's impossible, at the same time of everyone stop dicking with me and just telling me the truth. And it just comes across as that. There's no other better way to say it, because he's not sad. Again, he literally in the next lines refutes what the Duke is saying and saying that that's not possible. He's refuting even the idea that his I think it might be also missing the idea that he's refuting the idea that his daughter's in that bottle. He knows his daughter must be alive if everyone's saying, we need your daughter. They're acting like she's alive. He has a vision that he doesn't know where it comes from. But like, it's basically now the burden of proof is on the Duke. You prove to me that not only is my daughter in this jar, but like, anything's in this jar, that you're not just dicking with me. How are you a good guy? I don't know who you are. I don't know where I am. But he's just being slammed back and forth with all this information. How are you going to act? But of all the times he's been slammed with visual information of watching people die or get shot, and all the times he's heard information, this is the one time he doesn't have visual confirmation. The first time, at least in Village, he doesn't have visual confirmation of the thing that's being said. He can't see through the jar. He's just seeing the label on the jar. And so, without any confirmation, and then again, remember, he just wiped the dust and grit off of it. It looks like an old-ass label. So the jar looks more aged, and he just had his daughter. There is like 6 to 8 hours max between the time that he was holding his daughter and putting her to sleep to now the sun is back up and the Duke is telling him this. It is a day and a half, because it's night and then it goes to the day, the sun setting, and then it's about to be dawn. So it's a day and a half that the game takes place over. So you're telling me that this old ass label that I just scraped the dirt off of, that says my daughter's name on, Rosemary, is supposed to be my daughter. I can't even see it. You say everyone says she's alive. I don't even know who the fuck you are. You said my daughter was in there too. Demetra says my daughter's in there. Everyone's fucking pulling my leg. Someone give me some goddamn evidence. Why am I the only one left standing? And this is not. Oh, and this is a part of her. But I'm holding her. This is impossible. Like, that kind of deal. It's not going to be sad. It's going to be really indignation of, it's indignation. That's what it's going to be. Indignation and frustration, not with a hint of shock of, huh? Like, if he's telling the truth, that's not my daughter. Like, dropping it as if that's not mine. That's not mine. That's not mine. That's not mine. Like, as if the longer he touches it, the more it becomes real. And that's actually also a psychological proof. That's why people many times who commit crimes cannot, unless it's a crime of passion, they don't use melee weapons. They don't use a knife. They use a gun. Putting range between you and a victim also lets you dehumanize them more and legitimize what you're doing as a crime. And the closer you get to your victim, the more that usually they will say that rage and passion was involved, some kind of emotion. And so that's why they know crimes of passion usually when they see too many stab wounds and things like that. And when they only see a clean slice, a clean stab wound, they know it was probably premeditated, because in a crime of passion, you aren't sitting there counting how long it takes to make them die. You're just until they stop moving, which a body will continue to twitch after it's dead. So they're probably going way too long. Or in a crime of passion where you strangulate somebody, it takes 6 minutes for them to stop complete movement in the neck area that would be any signs of life. Your heart is gonna your heart's gonna keep beating even after you're dead for a bit, because it will have gone into cardiac arrest. The electrical signal will keep going, but your lungs will have stopped. you will have stopped breathing. It takes a full 6 minutes on average for somebody that's choking someone else to actually choke the literal life out of them. It takes longer than you'd think. So those get counted as crimes of passion. I bring that only up because the closer you get to the thing that can be traumatic to you, the more that it humanizes it. Do you see where I'm getting at? The longer he's holding that jar, the more it can be Rose. So he has every reaction that is kind of legitimate. You're saying that's my daughter? Drop it. No. That shit ain't mine. And this is impossible. No. That's not my daughter. Where the fuck is she? You see what I mean? So he is done. Is that a good enough answer for as my last thing of saying as the stream? Good night, Vegeta. Thank you everyone who's supported. Is that good enough for my? I can say more if need be. Based up at Resident Evil 7 VR is calling me. Paralyzed Power, good night. And Paralyzed Power, Resident Evil 7 VR. I'm glad Joy isn't here to make fun of me for that. I explained it very well, thanks. I'm glad. Okay. If that's... Hey, Paul Goldner. I'm sorry I didn't catch you. You said good night. I'm assuming you've been here a little longer. Thank you guys for being here. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'm dead tired. I feel a little sick to my stomach now that I think about it. I'm gonna go lie down, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll probably I'll wake up to make the thumbnail. I'll post the stream that the video that only members can see, and when I post that video, I'll probably premiere it so more people show up so we can watch it together. And I get to see people's live commentary on what they think about it, so I can see it in real time for those that didn't watch it. And then I'll have this stream scheduled to start right after, given that my son's baseball game is definitely canceled, which I believe it will definitely be canceled. So I have to be up one way or the other at 9:30, so I should get to bed. So have a good night, y'all, and thank you for being here. Bye.